All righty, good evening. Welcome to the July 10th working session meeting. Can I get a roll call?
Here. Ooh. Wow.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Beeman. Commissioner Hodge.
Here.
Commissioner LeBar.
Here.
Commissioner Light. Present. Commissioner Machewski. Commissioner Robbie.
Here.
Commissioner Sanders.
Here.
Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
Oh, Commissioner Beeman.
Present. Awesome. Thank you so much. Now we're going to move on to public participation. At this point of the meeting, members of the audience in person or online will have 1 minute to address the board. Just a reminder, you get 3 minutes during our regular board meeting. Are there any members of the audience in public that wish to address the board? Are there any members of the public online? Okay, we will now move on. Do we have a report from the county administrator?
No report this evening.
So much. Do we have a report from the Board of Commissioners liaison?
No report, Chair.
Thank you so much. Moving on, our first discussion item for the evening is an update from Spark Ann Arbor, and I welcome Phil Santer.
Here, wherever.
Oh, sorry, right there.
Right here. I often play timekeeper at my organization, so I'm going to make sure that we're brief and on time. So I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you. My name is Phil Santer. I'm Chief of Staff and SVP at Ann Arbor Spark. I'm here with Paul Krutko, our President and CEO as well. So as you know, we provide quarterly updates to this board, but we haven't had a chance to verbally present an update in some time. So thank you for the opportunity. I think the intention of this was to briefly update you on our economic development work in Washtenaw County and hopefully have a few minutes for any questions that you may have. I think I'm running a clicker here as well. I'm sorry. No problem. Sorry, Commissioner. It's okay. You want me to just run through and then we can catch up on slides? No problem. In a month, and we can get in.
Commissioners, are you seeing it on your screen?
No.
Okay.
Seeing it at home.
Big guns. I think Katie's answer.
It's good. Yeah, how are you?
Good, good to be
Right.
back. I don't want to feel like these once a month meetings, when we do them like.
Listen. Stop.
That's all you guys. Not to say, man, who knows what to say.
I will bring it back up.
If not, I'm happy to outline the slide and then talk to it if you'd like. That's all right. Bro. Hmm? That's my note. That's what they said.
If there's no objection, we're going to take a recess until we figure out the technology.
Blame it.
Just Phil.
Great. Love it. Okay, great. I restarted my timer.
1 second.
Okay?
No, you don't get to restart.
No, get to restart. Sorry, I can take off, deduct me a minute.
It's okay. 1 second. I just have to call us back to order.
Sorry.
You can go ahead now.
Thank you. Well, again, Phil Santer, Ann Arbor Spark, thank you for the opportunity. As you can see on the screen, this is our mission and outline of our stakeholder base. I think I wanted to take this opportunity to mention that we're fortunate to have strong engagement with the county. Administrator Dill and Commissioner Hodge serve on Spark's board of directors. We have an important relationship with Tony, Shar, and Nathan, and others at the Office of Community Economic Development. And it's great to have working relationships with many commissioners in and outside of your county roles. So thank you. I think the public sector part of our work is critical to the success of a regional economic development organization. So thank you very much for that. This is a slide that demonstrates the virtuous cycle of support. So our work in economic development can help connect companies to resources and remove barriers. And when companies succeed, they can then pay taxes, employ people, and ultimately invest in overall community efforts, which creates a cycle, hopefully, of growth and ongoing efforts around community and economic development. So that's the theory behind that. So functionally, this is what Spark does. I think we're most known for our work with early stage technology companies, but we also market the region as a great place and work with growing businesses to help them expand or locate in the region. We also do work with funding and capital programs, which is actually the #1 issue companies tell us they need access to. So capital availability is not only key here, but it's a statewide effort as well. And it's tied in with the overall efforts to have Michigan become a startup hub of the Midwest and hopefully help address population concerns that we have in Michigan. Spark operates under a strategic plan, which was developed intentionally through our board and other stakeholders. And our focus is on accelerating and growing companies, cultivating talent, and enriching the community to support smart economic growth in service of prosperity for all, which is our tagline at the top there. Each area I mentioned has key activities outlined that help guide our work, but I wanted to showcase the community tab, which contains some key items of focus for the organization. So as the definition of economic development continues to grow beyond simply supporting businesses, this area showcases things that are key drivers for economic growth in our community, like supporting Eastern Washtenaw County, making the planning process easier for businesses to navigate, supporting DEI work, especially for early stage companies, and things like looking at childcare, which I'll mention here in a second. Looking more specifically at our results, this showcases the work of our entrepreneurial services team. Last year, we supported 400 startups, generally through consulting support to help them scale. And our work in this area is a model that we've used to support non-tech small businesses, which is something I'll mention again here in a second. From a capital perspective, this is a slide that shows the amount of funding we've been able to provide early stage companies and the additional investment leveraged by other sources for those companies. It's worth noting that should a company in this portfolio get purchased, we're able to reuse the dollars to invest in other companies in our community, a sort of evergreen fund. And this shows our work on the business development team, which is the team that I lead. At this point, we've been able to support hundreds of projects in Washtenaw County, resulting in over $1.7 billion of new investment for the region. And this is a slide that shows the geographic impact of our work, which occurs across the county. If you're interested, we have an online impact map for 2023, which outlines our geographic reach last year. It was included in our annual report to the county, but I of course, can send this as follow-up following this presentation if you're interested. So this is a busy slide, but it's a slide that we showed to our board at the end of last year. And it's worth noting that not only is Spark supporting the work I just outlined, but we've created a platform that has been able to advocate for additional investments into our community, including support for site development funding, RAP grants from the state, small business funding, and forthcoming capital for small businesses through the Michigan Innovation Fund. So hopefully at your leisure, you'll have a chance to review some of these items and be able to ask any questions you may have. So I wanted to mention an example of the small business approach that we've been taking, and this is a slide on the Advance Your Business program. So in 2022, we partnered with OCED on their Small Business Growth Activator. And we took the model that we used with early stage technology companies and applied it to income constrained small businesses. We ended up providing 97 consulting sessions and distributed $100,000 in direct funding to 20 small locally owned businesses. And the program actually served as a model for the state of Michigan's Small Business Support Hub grant, which we were also fortunate enough to receive some funding on. So we were awarded this funding by the state in November of last year, and it's a $3.4 million grant that provides non-tech small business support through 2026, including $425,000 for direct small business grants in Washtenaw County. We now have over 125 businesses going through this program with partners like WCC, JFS, and the Small Business Development Center. Also wanted to mention that we've been actively administering county support for our Innovate IPSI program. And that is funding that encourages companies to grow or locate in the 48197 and 48198 zip codes. Notable projects under this program include the attraction of Luxwall, underground printing, and original Moxie to IPSI, and the redevelopment of the former EMU Business School building into MIHQ East, with Michigan Medicine serving as an anchor tenant for that project. And then quickly, I will mention a few other things that we're excited about. One is a partnership with WCC and employers like Toyota to create a work study model for manufacturing technicians. It's sort of like what Kettering does for engineers, this program does for technicians. I think this is we have nearly a dozen companies sponsoring students to study and then work at their operations. And it's key for our region because we know that while we have fewer manufacturing related jobs in our backyard, those that we do have require more skills. And this is a great example of industry working to grow that particular pipeline for our region. I mentioned childcare and wanted to update you briefly on that. We developed a year-long study about childcare issues in our community. That work showed some pretty astounding things. It showed that we have the highest cost of childcare in the state in Washtenaw County. Showed that statewide, we're leaving nearly $3 billion on the table annually in economic impact because of lack of childcare. And we developed an action plan to focus on making it easier for childcare facilities to expand in our community, as well as support their workforce. But we know this is a huge issue. We would like to have the county recognize this as an issue officially and follow up with potential resolutions and information for the county to look at. And then finally, I wanted to invite all of you to A2 Tech 360, which is our week-long series of events focused on the innovation economy in Washtenaw County. Women in Tech, the Sustainable Future Forum, and Tech Trek are some of the events I would encourage you to check out in September. We also have some great partner events in the works, including an Ipsy Tasty Grub Crawl and more. You can find out more of our preview at a2tech360.com. And with that, we've had to skim through quite a bit, and I am technically within time. So would be happy for answer any questions you may have.
Great job. All right. Okay, one moment. We need to fix the screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any comments or questions? All right. Commissioner Hodge, then Labar.
Thank you. I was about to say thanks, Andy. Thanks, Commissioner Somerville. Thank you, Phil, for the great presentation. I've seen pieces of it at Ann Arbor Spark before. I just really wanted to highlight the incredible work you all do to really try to keep business here. I remember one of the meetings we talked about that pasta brand, is it Banza, that started here, but we lost them to Ohio, I think, because of some of the better support that they receive at the state level. And I would say Spark has done a really incredible job at trying to advocate at the state level so we can keep business here in Michigan and specifically Washtenaw County. So there's a lot more that they're doing besides what was just in the presentation. And I think all the work is really incredible. Thank you.
Commissioner Labar, then Beeman.
Thanks, Chair. Phil, thanks for the presentation. And while you're on the spot, I know you've talked to us individually about some of the childcare concerns. I think we're going to have something supportive as it relates to the resolution you mentioned. What should we be asking about childcare in this room that we're not? And do you have any suggestions for how we can partner with any sort of outside effort, TriShare, organic entity plans that different organizations put in? What do we do there? Or do you have more coming in terms of how we can help?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, it's a huge issue that involves a huge range of stakeholders, right? So I guess if you asked what could folks in this room be asking that you may not be, I think it's worth asking those of you that may or may not have children within the child care system, asking folks that are participating in that what their experience has been like, both from a cost and availability standpoint. I'd also encourage you to ask the businesses that you might be engaged with, what are their awareness and thoughts as it relates to the child care system, and has that been a barrier for them to be able to grow within our own backyard? I think as it relates to solutions, it's it's like an elephant of a problem, and we've been looking at it from addressing it both from what can the business community do to support that, what can the public sector do to be able to support that, what can the philanthropic community do to support that. And I think the reality is it's going to take efforts from all sectors to be able to make a difference. That could include things like ensuring that businesses are taking advantage of the TriShare program. It could involve some businesses in actually creating on-site childcare for their employees. It could involve ways to invest state dollars to make it easier for families to afford the childcare that is available. There's not a solution that shouldn't be on the table, in my opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate the presentation. Don't even get me started on employees providing childcare. That's work. That's a whole hour in itself. So question, love the program with Washtenaw Community College. Assuming that's one photo, it's a snapshot. However, seeing one girl on the stage, how are we going to get more women interested in this program? Again, kind of pushing STEM, technology, all of this. Know these employers want women in these roles. How can we at the county, larger picture, help to support that?
So I'll be honest, the getting folks participating in that program is a hustle, right? So it takes effort to be able to have awareness around what is this program that is new to Michigan in a lot of ways. It's been developed and has a great network in some of the southern states. It was actually Toyota's experience in places like Kentucky, where they're able to move the model here in Michigan. And they said, we need to be able to support other communities that we're invested in. So that's why they brought it here. But it takes really getting into the school systems to be able to address what these opportunities are for students to be able to participate in those. And I agree, it would be great to not have it be gendered in a way that says, oh, this is only for a certain type of student. I think there are efforts that I've seen through the ISD and through other parts of our school system, which are trying to increase the amount of experiential education. So move away from segmenting certain things as career and technical education, making it more experience-based to say, how can we actually participate in the business economy as we're students in high school and create that as sort of pipelines. And my hope is that if we can move that in that direction, we'll make it more inclusive.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Yusuf, Commissioner Rabi.
I feel like we gotta make Paul say something.
Do your mic.
We don't have to. I don't have a question.
Thank you.
I just want to put Paul on the spot.
We were on
that.
time until now.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Commissioner. Given my tenure, I had a lot of working time with Commissioner when he was in that role before. No, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to present to you. We're particularly proud of the one slide that Phil shared. We're into our 20th year, and the uniqueness of the platform. We were started by the university, but the university said we need private sector partners, we need public sector partners. That's worked for us as a community over the last 2 decades. But what it really has done is we have a platform when new opportunities present themselves that we're already organized and working together and we can pursue them. So Phil talked about the special program that we got funding for now to take the same techniques that we use for early stage companies to more locally defined businesses. And we're using that out of Spark East. We have a dedicated staff. But the challenge there, and just putting it on the table for you all, we're actively trying to figure out how to continue that program because it was funded with the money that came through COVID and ARPA that the state made available. So one of the things that is really important for us is to have those private sector partners. We have 60 different companies who are actually partnering with the county and supporting funding the programs. And we're hopeful we'll find a private sector partner that will enable us to continue that program. Because the one thing we don't want to do is get something up and running and in place. And then because these were dollars that came from the federal government, they're not available anymore. We have to not continue with that program. So those are things that we are actively working on. But Phil, one of the things that we're particularly proud of is that we, in the last legislative session, the only new resources that were made available for economic development were more money to support early stage companies. And we partnered with Invest Detroit. We will get another probably about $10 million that we will then be able to invest in companies here in Washtenaw County to help them grow. So those are some things that I would share that I think are really important. But again, the partnership and the ability that we have everybody around the table enables us to do things like take on the idea of what should we be doing in childcare as an example, or what should we be doing in housing? Highest childcare costs, but we have some of the highest housing costs as well. And so the role that our board members can play to convene, to work on broader community issues is really an important part of what Spark is doing now. And that's reflected in the strategic plan because as Greg and Mr. Hodges know, when we did our update of our strategic plan, we always had 3 pillars: talent, acceleration, and growth. But the board said we need to have a community pillar and we need to look for Spark to either lead in some places, convene in some places, and support in others. So we've really taken it to heart, and that's what Phil kind of shared is the detailed things today. Those are community initiatives beyond the normal economic development work that we do. So thanks for giving me a chance, Yusuf. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Sanders.
You mentioned that you had to sort of shorten your presentation. I'm wondering, do you have information in your presentation about the breakdown of demographics of the people that you are serving? Age, ethnicity?
Yes. So as part of our report that we provide to Washtenaw County, 2 years ago, we had started identifying if there were underrepresented folks who were part of the leadership teams that we were calling on, and we've identified those specifically in some of the reports that we've also provided. And then we also, on the early stage company side of the house, we have identified all the demographic information that we have related to the work that we're doing in those areas. I'd be happy to share with that as follow-up as well.
I'd be interested. And then my other question is related to how do you gather information about the people that have come through your doors, whether or not they receive support from you? What type of survey information do you gather from them about how they believe their experience has been in either of your offices?
Fair. So I'll say from the smart zone or early stage technology side of the house, there's a very intensive annual survey that goes out that's provided to the board that receives that, which is the Local Development Finance Authority. So really intensive information, and that's where we're gathering a lot of that demographic information. I think on the other sides of the organization, we ask for feedback as it relates to the work that we do. We ask for, how was your experience with Spark? How was your experience with our community? Are there areas that we need to improve on, both as a community and as an organization? And then also, what other partners played a factor in your decision to be able to expand or grow, whatever it may be. And we have that as part of a key performance indicator in the metrics that we're providing to our board, but obviously gather that information and review it on a regular basis. But happy to share more details on that as well.
So if I walk in your doors to request information, guidance, assistance, am I allowed or am I invited an opportunity to share my experience walking through your door?
Just from entering the door, perhaps
Coming
not,
in,
but
having a conversation with someone.
I'd probably not after that interaction. If we have more intensive engagement or service with a company or an individual, we will ask for that information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Well, thank you both so much for being here. I'll just say I represent District 6, which is downtown Ypsilanti, and I also serve on the LDFA board. And I really appreciate all the attention on Ypsilanti and the 4819897 area. I'm excited about my HQ. Also, there's opportunity for urban infill housing in downtown Ypsi. So I hope that if you're actually considering ways to be helpful in the housing space, I think that there's an opportunity in downtown. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, next up, we have Crystal Campbell to give us an update on ARPA.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. Good here. So good evening. I'm Crystal Campbell. I'm the Public Information Officer. And for the last several weeks, I've had the pleasure of working with a very creative and competent team around your Washtenaw Rescue Plan update. The last comprehensive update to the board was back in January 17th working session. And during that meeting, you received a project by project breakdown of ARPA. So some of that information will be summarized here, but that is not the totality of this presentation. We won't delve into all of that. Today, our goals are to give a brief overview of the goals and priorities of ARPA, to share some success stories related to the investments that you've made, to provide a quick refresher of the actions that the board has taken around American Rescue Plan Act, and to break down the budget allocations that you made to date, both internal and external. Then we'll talk about some next steps, and you'll have the opportunity to answer or ask some questions. Very good. So you all have seen this before. You've been looking at these graphics since 2021, right? They talk about what you all intended to do with your American Rescue Plan Act investments as they align with the guidelines from the Department of Treasury. We were allocated just under $72 million. And the board's goal at the beginning of this process, you should be very proud of the work that you've done so far. In the ways that you've allocated those dollars, we were very unique in the way that we tracked and report on those dollars. We used internal institutional knowledge to decide how that those dollars would go out. We used data to figure out how we would allocate in community. You invested both internally and externally, and we are starting to see the return on the community investments that you've made with that $72 million. You've seen these before as well. There are targeted areas of impact that are directed by Treasury. We were required to prioritize racial and economic equality or equity in our funding allocations. We made a point to target populations that are disproportionately impacted by COVID, and then to address those populations that were at risk of becoming impacted disproportionately by COVID. So that means that we targeted geographically, meaning we wanted to touch those areas that were outside of the urban core. It means that we targeted populations like older adults, like people of color, like people with other underlying conditions, low opportunity areas, high vulnerability areas, et cetera. So we have received many different updates regarding the guidelines that come out of the United States Department of Treasury. The final rule did come out in 2022. However, we receive regular guidance through FAQs from Treasury. In fact, most recently, an FAQ came out this Monday. So in 2024, we're still receiving additional context and updated guidance from Treasury. So what does obligated mean? We have to have all of our $72 million worth of ARPA dollars obligated by December 31st, 2024. Previously, we had to have those dollars spent by 2024, but that's just an example of how our guidelines are updated and we receive additional context from Treasury. So now they must be obligated, and by obligated, we mean that a contract must be executed. We mean that a memorandum of understanding has to be executed, or that an interagency agreement, meaning in between departments, has to be executed. Now, these are not the only ways that we can obligate ARPA dollars, but these are the ways that we're talking about now. And those things have to happen before December 31st, 2024, which means we've got to be well into our process and hopefully completed with our process by October or November of 2024. As of Monday of this week, we also learned that those $72 million that we have to have obligated by the end of this year, if we obligate them interdepartmentally, we also have the opportunity to move around again within a department if we need to after December 31st, but the scope of service has to be the same. And the truth is we do anticipate additional context. We anticipate additional FAQs coming from Treasury. So I'd like us to start with some success stories today. You all were very intentional, very innovative in the way that you allocated your American Rescue Plan Act dollars. You led with institutional knowledge to ensure compliance with not just our internal policies and procedures, but to make sure that we adhere to the federal guidelines at all times. We use data, we talked about that. So this list, these folks that you're gonna see, the organizations that you're gonna see are not necessarily ranked, right? They may not be the most impactful or the best, but they are very impactful. And they are excellent examples of the way that you spread this funding across populations and across the county. So first up is Northfield Human Services. This is an organization that operates in a food desert. Ypsilanti is not the only food desert in the county. Whitmore Lake is a food desert. There's one grocery store. This organization received a $111,000 allocation. It allowed them to expand their pantry services and their food delivery services. This award allowed them to make their operations more efficient for residents in Whitmore Lake and the surrounding areas. They were able to purchase freezers and refrigerators. They were able to upgrade their business technology. And as a result, they were also the recipient of a general fund allocation from you all last December related to our older adult services allocation. Next up is an internal program. And I guess we can consider weatherization almost a legacy program, right? But it's very impactful, it's very effective. It is operated by our Office of Community and Economic Development. So the board allocated $1.4 million to weatherization from our ARPA allocation, and we're able to support an additional 72 homes with that investment. You see one testimonial on stage on the screen rather from Janet Alford. Another testimonial came in from a resident who remains anonymous, only used her first name. Her name is Catherine. And what she says is you now have energy savings, which is really noticeable, but also the quality of life. I'm sleeping better now. I was really worried about my furnace. It was gonna go out at any time. The water heater was already dying. So the quality of life improvement is really incredible. And your investment did that, not just for Janet, not just for Catherine, but for 72 additional homes throughout the county. Our next success story comes from Buenos Vecinos. Buenos Vecinos means good neighbor, and this organization absolutely represents good neighbors. They received a $418,000 award. They provide language access services. They help Hispanic and Latinx residents in the county access services, not just with the county, but with other social service organizations in the county. And they provide direct assistance to Latinx and Hispanic residents here. They were also able to secure and maintain the technical assistance that they receive from their fiscal agent, which is Jewish Family Services. So this is another example of a targeted population that your American Rescue Plan Act allocation was able to impact. Community Family Life Center is in Ypsilanti Township, so the eastern part of the county. But this organization is a great example of how the Community Priority Fund specifically, as designed, was meant to build capacity within community serving organizations. So they leveraged their award, which was in the amount of just over $670,000, to also be able to apply to report on funding from our mental health and public safety millage. So they've received $633,000 that they'll receive over the next 3 years to provide mental health support to Black men and boys in addressing trauma. They've also earned a $400,000 community center grant from the state of Michigan. So an example of how the capacity building and technical assistance received by our ARPA organizations has helped them secure funding in other areas and from other organizations. And then lastly, this is our last example. And I think this is a good one because it represents a partnership with a long-term partner, and that's Washtenaw Community College. So the HBCU Pathways Program received $231,000 allocation. This allocation supports an annual convening of over 400 10th to 12th graders that descend on Washtenaw Community College to learn more about this Pathways program. WCC has partnerships with 5 to 6 HBCUs, and by HBCUs, we mean historically Black colleges and universities. So students get access to in-state tuition, they are offered scholarships, they get completion and acceptance of their general education requirements once they transfer, and then there are lots of peer-to-peer opportunities with that program. So those are all examples of the success of your forward-facing community-based ARPA allocations. But now we get into the things that I'm sure you're most curious about and that you're most interested in. In terms of funding for ARPA, to date, 79% of your $72 million has been spent and pushed out the door, or is obligated to be spent and pushed out the door. That means that it's contracted, that means that a contract has been executed, and that leaves 21% remaining to be obligated. That may seem like a high number, but it's not, because you've already allocated the dollars associated with that 21%. They go for the Eastern County Rec Center, which is a $7 million allocation, the ongoing IT projects, which include tech upgrades, phone replacement, et cetera, the ongoing facilities projects like the pole barn and the solar panels. And then you also have a reallocation item that is coming before you later today. We do anticipate in that 21% that remains to be obligated that there may be a possibility of some surplus that is related to the IT projects coming in under budget. However, those surpluses will be reallocated to similar projects, and that will always be communicated to and through the board. We've done that with every project that we've done, and we'll continue that. I had a member in community ask me not long ago, well, $72 million seems like a lot. How do you spend $72 million? It is easy for an organization that serves the 360,000+ residents in our county, but you do it with 15 resolutions. So here's a list of the resolutions that you all have passed since 2021, starting with the resolution that ensured that our Board of Commissioners has the authority to allocate all of our ARPA dollars, and continuing through December of last year that allocated the additional workforce stabilization dollars. So you have this list, you all can reference it, you can look back at it whenever you like to, but you're able to see how each of your allocations, how you approved each of the allocations related to the ARPA money. So this slide in your link that you have access to in your board portal is interactive. You can hover above any of the allocations and see the amount, but it does give you a good idea of kind of the scope and breadth of the awards that you all have made. So this is the entire $72 million. There's some things on there that I'm sure you have questions about, and we'll delve a little deeper in our next few slides. At our last working session related to ARPA, commissioners asked specifically how much of this funding was invested internally and how much of this funding was invested externally. So 58% of the total allocations were utilized within the county to address pre-existing needs, like addressing deferred maintenance on facilities, those tech upgrades, or funding for long-term, long-standing programs like weatherization. Our internal allocations do also include 2 allocations to our health department. Our health department was lead on ensuring that they could respond to the ongoing pandemic at that time. They worked to ensure that they had an equity-driven health department that would support healthy homes, healthy communities, healthy environment for future generations of our residents. Our internal allocations also include things like the Mobile Support Services Initiative that is launching, but totally 58% of your $72 million went towards internal programs. This slide is also interactive, so once you click on that link in your board portal, you'll be able to see the smaller slices of this pie that we're not able to put the labels for on the actual slide. In terms of external projects, $31 million or 43% of your $72 million went towards external projects. They include things like your support for seniors allocation, support through stormwater grants for local municipalities. They include things like ensuring childcare access. We just heard Spark talk about childcare access. One of the first allocations you all made at the top of this entire ARPA process was to allocate $1 million towards childcare access. You invested in capacity building for boots on the ground organizations. You ensured connectivity through broadband infrastructure right off the top of your of this program. We know how important it is that our rural areas of the county have access to telemedicine, to virtual schooling, all challenges that were highlighted by the pandemic. This external part of your ARPA allocations also does include the comprehensive evaluation, assessment, and data collection of the entire award. So a couple slides back, you saw 3 labels that were labeled SWAP: IT facility swap, water resource expense swap, and then court swap. So what those swaps mean is what they were designed to do is that the board will make an allocation. You have a goal, you have a priority, and it's our goal and our job to operationalize that. In order to make sure that we can operationalize that, sometimes internal swaps had to take place. These swaps were a way for ARPA dollars to be essentially replaced by general fund dollars so that we would have the flexibility to do what it was that the board asked us to do while still staying aligned with the requirements from Treasury. These swaps did not result in any additional or new funding or programming or any expanded budgets in the departments that the swaps took place in. They just ensured that we would be able to do what it is that you asked us to do. So an example would be the IT facility swap resulted in us being able to provide those new human services partnership transition grants. The water resources expenses allowed us to be able to provide stormwater grants to local units of government. If we had given them straight ARPA dollars, they would have also been subject to more intensive and extensive audits from the government. So this swap allowed them to use general fund dollars. It just made it much more flexible for us. The court swaps, again, allowed us to make sure that the childhood savings accounts would move forward. We know that was a huge priority for the board, but the way that those accounts were set up, ARPA would not have been an eligible use. So we swapped it with general fund dollars so that the childhood savings account should still be funded in the way that the board wanted those to be funded. And then lastly is the housing and homelessness. So those are the swaps that you'll see on the slide that includes the bar charts. So there are some key points and deadlines to highlight. These go back to the slide about the obligated by December 31st. So all programmatic funding, meaning anything affiliated with an internal or external program, must be expended and or amended, meaning contracts that are existing may be amended by December of 2024. Those infrastructure projects, like the pole barn out on Zeeb Road, like our Eastside Rec Center, the contracts must be executed by the end of this year. For infrastructure projects, like pole barns and the East Side Rec Center, those dollars must be expended, must be spent by 2026. And then the ARPA administration, which includes the evaluation, reporting, monitoring, and compliance, those dollars must be completely spent or expended by December of 2026. As it relates to the way that we collect the data, evaluate the data, and report on the data, I told you earlier that we use some internal institutional knowledge, and we also use one of the top universities that we have the pleasure of having in our area. So we use Kelly Belknap has been contracted to do all the reporting to the Department of Treasury. She's who keeps us informed and well aware of the updated guidelines and the FAQs. Internally, we've got Akin Olawadare, who manages the Community Priority Fund and MSSI, along with Kami Karami, who's the compliance manager for the Older Adult Services. And then we've got the Center for Equitable Families and Community Wellbeing, who's responsible for the comprehensive evaluation and reporting on the entire $72 million award. You will receive a report from the University of Michigan's team. I'm assuming or estimating that that report will come early next year once a lot of the programs that are tied to ARPA have wrapped up and they have collected all the data necessary to report out to you all. So all of our reports to date have been submitted on time and correctly, meaning our annual reports and our mid-year report. And then the 360 evaluation is ongoing with that University of Michigan team and our internal folks. We've talked a lot about the urgency or the time limit on these ARPA dollars. So this evening, you'll see an item on your Board of Commissioner meeting agenda. This item is meant to help us have the flexibility to expend our dollars. It's meant to ensure that the things that you all have prioritized are able to take place and be handled by the end of this year. This item includes reclassification of some unspent, uncontracted community priority fund dollars. It includes classification of CPF funds. It authorizes the administrator to reallocate some funding if things change between now and the end of the year. And then it allocates any surplus funding that is unspent or uncontracted to larger projects. Dorsey Estates down payment assistance. If you recall, the original pledge was of about $1 million. Your 15 resolutions related to ARPA have altered that amount. This reallocation item will make that Dorsey down payment assistance pledge whole so that we'll be able to provide affordable home ownership opportunity for 23 units of the Dorsey Estates in Ypsilanti. It makes whole the workforce stabilization that you all allocated in December. This was known. It's not that it was an unknown expense. We knew at the time that you all approved it that it was an expense, but it is for seasonal workers who don't start to work until Labor Day. And so we had to wait until we knew exactly how many workers would be here that would be eligible. This reallocation item will continue the work of our broadband project manager, DCS Technologies. They've done a great job keeping us on budget, keeping us on track, communicating with our internal and external stakeholders. And in order for them to continue to do that work through the life of the project, it's going to require some additional funding. The Park and Rec Commission executes summer camps on the eastern side of the county in Superior Township and Ypsilanti Township. They've done this for several years. Well, this year they lost a critical partner, not due to anything that they had done or anything that, any wrongdoing on anyone's part, but it left a gap. And so we'll be able to fill this gap with this reallocation item. It will allow us to ensure MSSI staffing and storage of that vehicle. As you know, that project has evolved quite a bit since it was conceptualized in 2021. And then Willow Run Acres is an agency that was approved by this board through the CPF process. They were not ready at the time to receive the funding that they requested or that they applied for and went through the RFP process for. They have since received technical assistance through a nonprofit management program that was done in partnership with WCC and are prepared and have renewed their request. And then lastly, as I stated, this reallocation item will reclassify some unspent CPF dollars as lost revenues. So we can talk more about that item later in the evening if you like. That item is on your regular agenda. I've got just a couple more slides here. We try to anticipate any concerns, right? And what we've heard from you all and what we have discussed internally is the need to assess and develop a recommendation for the board that relates to the programmatic investments of ARPA. What happens to the programs that we've developed? What happens to the staff that works those programs after that money has to be spent down in 2026? Well, we'll develop a recommendation based on data, based on outcomes, based on impacts, and bring that back to the board before 2026, obviously. And then just a reminder that ARPA funded programs, including staffing, may be extended under certain circumstances, very specific circumstances, through 2026. So in terms of next steps, later this evening, you have that item for reallocating some American Rescue Plan Act dollars. The monitoring, evaluation, data collection and reporting is ongoing. There are plans in place to ensure spend down. We'll conduct a systemic review of all American Rescue Plan Act contracts so that we know exactly who needs to be extended to 2026 and what the plan can be for those projects that needs to be extended. And then the ongoing evaluation and assessment and a report to the Board of Commissioners from our evaluation team at the University of Michigan. So that is what I have for you in terms of an update on your American Rescue Plan Act dollars. I'm going to pull out my pen and my paper and prepare myself for questions.
Thank you, Crystal. Good presentation. Any questions or comments from the board? We also have an item on this on the agenda for the main meeting later. Commissioner LaBarre.
Thanks, Chair. Crystal, thank you for the presentation. Made a lot of sense. A few questions to follow up on.
Okay.
You mentioned the 360 evaluation. Quickly, I think based on what you said, that will deal with, did we comply with the regulations? Did we do things, as legally and practically required and so forth? Is there any evaluation in that in terms of significance of investments in the context of sort of that unique moment when we had ARPA? Is there any sense of how permanent any impacts will be? And if not, is that something that they or someone else can help us quantify? The other question I had, and forgive me, I may have cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Go for it.
You just mentioned sort of a transition plan or a continuing operation plan around ARPA programs. And I think that's a good idea. But you said that you would be recommending using the term we. Is that county administration? Is that in coordination with U of M or partners? What's the process there? Because I think that is a good idea to do, but I want to make sure it also takes into account that as we wind down some ARPA programs, they've worked in some cases in total and in other cases in tandem with pre-existing programs.
Sure.
So that wind down, I'm hopeful we'll have inputs from various stakeholders. And if there's not a full answer on that yet, that's okay too. I'm just curious.
So to your first question around measurement of the permanence of the impact, right, of the ARPA investments, I'd say that the University of Michigan team is not just looking at how we report or how we collect. They are also evaluating the literal impact of the investments that you've made. How many households have been impacted, and for how long were those households impacted? So I think I'm anticipating a more comprehensive evaluation from that team. So that is to answer the first question. And we can forward that question around how long we anticipate that impact to last.
And not to interrupt, but I also understand I could probably better articulate it with a little chance to write that out and so forth. So I think you got my gist.
That's fine. And then the second question related to who will develop the recommendation. I think in my experience, any recommendation that comes before the board is well vetted, which means we have to get feedback, we have to get input, we have to use the data and the information that's available to us. And this will be no different. We will talk to, yes, the team at University of Michigan. We'll talk to our internal folks that are working directly with organizations. We'll talk to the organizations that are receiving the funding about how their experience with the funding. We'll use information that's been gathered around families and residents in Washtenaw County who've been recipients of the services. I think our goal will be to bring back a comprehensive recommendation that does include an overview of how those programs worked in tandem with what already exists here in the county.
That's a useful answer. Thank you. I would recommend to our administrator and administrative team, forming a committee, a subcommittee of the board with some community members on it would be very useful, because I think that is likely to be sort of a template for some of those structures going forward. But thank you for the presentation and the marshaling of data. It's really good to see it in this sort of one snapshot, walking back through all those resolutions. So thank you. And this is really useful for our constituents and the community broadly. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott, then Robbie.
Thank you. Thank you, Crystal. I have some questions on your slides where you have internal projects and external projects.
Mhm.
And I can see that I've got 42 million and 31 million to come up to 73 million.
Mhm.
Somewhere the math isn't mathing to me.
I can help with that.
I have in internal projects, recreation center, 7 million. External projects, recreation center, 7 million. I
Well,
have in internal projects, county infrastructure, 4 million, and in external projects, county infrastructure, 4 million. So my first question is on the math there,
sure.
because that will bring our total to less than the ARPA awarded dollars. If those are double accounted in those areas. I certainly want to make sure we're putting all our numbers in the right columns, so we are not in the position of some other people who haven't had numbers in the right columns in Southeast Michigan.
Understood. Oh, understood. What I'll say first is that some of these allocations also included general funded dollars. So the total math is going to be more than 72 million. That's generally speaking. Now related to the Eastern Rec Center being both external and internal, it is both an external and internal project. However, it was an oversight to include on both these pie charts.
Well,
So
where-
we'll update that. It'll be an external project because those dollars are going to go out to vendors, project managers, construction, architectural, engineering, those sorts of things. So we'll be counted in our external pie chart, and I will make the appropriate adjustments for the internal.
Where is the money then?
The money, what do you mean? I'm sorry.
I've got 4 million on this chart for county infrastructure and 7 million for rec center.
Yes,
That is $11 million counted in both internal and external.
right. So what I'm saying, it was
Your total that you come up with on these charts is $73 million,
okay.
but it doesn't add
Add
up.
up. Because I've counted the rec center and the construction projects in both external and internal. We'll review that. I'll review it and I'll get it back to you later today, if that's okay.
Okay, but the math isn't mathing.
Right. I understand.
Can you tell me what county infrastructure is, why it's in both internal and external? What are we talking about with that 4 million chunk?
So county infrastructure projects include things like the pole barn that'll happen at Zebro, like the decarbonization of several buildings here in the county. It includes projects like the resurfacing of the court parking lots. It includes things like the roof at the jail. Those are county facilities and infrastructure projects.
So those would be internal projects.
Those would be internal projects, correct?
But they're listed in external projects too?
And that's why I'm saying I will update the chart and share with you and with the public our updated sheet.
Okay, so I'm still confused. I'm sorry if I'm
No,
belaboring
it's
this.
fine.
Once that chart is updated and you take 7 million and 4 million out of external projects and have them be internal, where is that $11 million?
What I'm going to do is a comprehensive revisit of the pie chart. And I will show you exactly what is internal and exactly what is external. Every single cent is accounted for, every single project is accounted for, and I'll ensure that we are accurately communicating to you what is internal and what is external. It was an oversight. It's essentially a typo. And so we'll make sure that the $11 million is accounted for.
Okay. It doesn't seem an acceptable answer to me, but I look forward to hearing
I
more.
understand.
All right, Commissioner Robbie, then Hodge.
I share Commissioner Scott's frustration. And, however, I would like to say, that, and this is more a question for the administrator than it is for Crystal, but Crystal is what's your title?
Public Information Officer.
So just help me, and this is just for me to understand, why is the public, in which you're excellent, you do good work, and I appreciate all that you've done to try to fill in gaps in our organization. So in your defense, this is not your job. You're the public information officer, you have a lot of other things going on, and you are stepping in to fill a gap that exists in the organization right now. So I share Commissioner Scott's frustration, and yet I'm not mad at you because you're trying to, you're trying to fill a hole here. Question for the administrator is, this is a very important topic that we need timely and accurate information on, and want to make sure that we have that presented to us and that the people that are helping to provide that information have the support that they need in doing that.
So good evening, commissioners. Yes, a couple of things. So one, Crystal, thank you for the presentation. I think largely it's excellent. We did, as Jess was indicated there, we do need to clean up those slides. But I want to say to the board a couple of things. Number one, I asked Crystal to present the information. There is a team behind Crystal that is making sure that the data and the finances that we talk about are accurate, and the reporting to the federal government is where it needs to be. We will correct what the components that you guys asked for us to correct this evening. But I want to assure the board that there is an entire team behind this presentation, and that the information that you're receiving is accurate. And we will make certain that when we present this to you again, we have corrected the things that we've heard this evening.
So as a follow-up to that, do we know now what the total dollar value is of the investments that we've made? On the slides, as Commissioner Scott was pointing out, the number is what, 73 million?
Could I,
Because some of those are, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, maybe since we have another item at our next meeting, in between the two, we could get this updated and then get like a updated presentation.
Sure.
Because I think it is a bit confusing.
I'm definitely open to that. I think my concern is I don't want to push this off till August because that's too
Yeah.
far from now. So.
Yeah, I guess I think, maybe we can get it updated just
If
between.
it's doable
Yeah,
now.
I can
Yes.
update the slides.
I do want to just emphasize though, I don't think this is on you, Crystal. Like you're doing a job that is not, you're doing two people's jobs and that's not fair. And so
I appreciate the grace.
you're doing really good work for our organization. And I just want you to know that I see that. And we need to make sure to fix this just for our information, but you shouldn't take this personally.
Absolutely. And I don't. I would like to add though, that this is not new information for me. I've participated in the American Rescue Plan Act strategic team since its inception in 2021. So I'm very familiar with all of the allocations, with all of the resolutions, with all of the swaps. We'll fix this because this is a typo. It is not an accounting error. And so we'll repair it and we'll bring it back for you.
To that point, I do want to say, you participated in the working session for the Parks Commission that we did yesterday.
Yes.
And I'm gonna update the board a little bit more on how that conversation went along with Commissioner Scott. But I just want to say your role in that and what you shared and what you participated, the knowledge that you brought to the table for that was excellent and very much appreciated. It really helped to build the conversation, and your depth of knowledge on the issue is clear.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Moving on to Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a ton to add because I was going to suggest that we just update the numbers in between the meetings since we have it on our agenda, and you already said that, so that's great. And Crystal, thank you for the very, very good presentation. I clicked on the interactive link and I think it worked just as designed. I think it was really helpful to be able to hover over the different items and have it function that way. I think it was a creative way to handle the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Any other?
Scott.
Okay. Scott, then LeBar.
Thanks. Let me just reiterate what Commissioner LeBar said. And also you were incredibly helpful too at the Parks Commission meeting where we had this conversation. So I just want to reiterate my frustration, although it may seem directed, is not towards you.
Understood.
Second, maybe when we see an updated iteration of this, we can see like actual spreadsheet budget numbers when contracts were executed, when money went out. That's something I'm interested in looking at the effectiveness of how well we dealt with these dollars as well. Thanks. Thank you.
Commissioner LeBar.
Thanks, Chair. Just also to put in the ask pile there, if we can get a status update on the Financial Equity Center at some point in the next few weeks, that would be good, just with the barrier busters issue and others. But thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Light.
I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation, and I am confident that you and the rest of the team will make sure that the error is fixed, as you said, over our break. So thank you very much, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Administrator Dill.
Just one other thing in closing, we will correct this during the break, but I do want to say again, I want to underscore that there is an entire ARPA team that's been at this from the beginning, and I have a great deal of confidence in the numbers. We will provide you with a spreadsheet and an updated set of slides. Additionally, and I don't want to get into the details during this conversation, but I've also asked Reman to take our auditors to take a look at our finances connected to ARPA, and that process is underway as we speak.
Commissioner Robbie.
I was just gonna quickly ask, building on that, you mentioned Crystal, Kelly Belknap what's her role in all of this
So
now?
she is a contract employee right now who is responsible for ensuring that our reports to Treasury are accurate and updated, that the way that we're processing payments through anything related to ARPA is aligned with the federal guidelines.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Last call. All right, Crystal, thank you. I appreciate the presentation. I'm also glad that we were able to highlight all the different resolutions, because there's a lot of conversation about us not properly allocating resources, and that's just not true based on the presentation that we just got. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Do we have any items for current or future discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the July 10th Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting. It's been a while since we've met. I'm sure you're all very excited, as excited as I am to be here. I'm look forward to these. We're gonna go ahead and get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, before we get into roll call, we have a new friend with us here. Bryce has moved into another position, so he's still with us. He's still with Washtenaw County, thankfully. If you want to see Bryce, you can head on over to the clerk's office during normal business hours, which we don't keep here because this is 7:20 and sometimes we're here until much later. But our new friend, Ashlyn, is joining us. Please point the camera at Ashlyn. They can do that. All right, welcome to the team. I don't know if you want to say anything. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Ashlyn Poole. I'm the new deputy clerk with the clerk registrar's office, and I'm really happy to be working with you guys.
Yay. Welcome to the team. All right, we can put the camera back at me. Yes, all right, thank you. Go ahead, Ashlyn, let's do roll call.
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge.
Here.
Commissioner LeBar,
Here.
Commissioner Light,
Present.
Commissioner Makayevsky,
Present.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Here.
Commissioner Scott,
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum and everybody's here, and you'll get Maciejewski eventually. All right, I'm gonna be calling on quite a bit tonight, so you'll get it. All right, so before we move into public participation, because there are many members of the public here that I'm sure have wonderful things, and hold on just a second. We're gonna get to public participation in just a second. We have a couple of people to honor. I'm gonna read resolutions, then we'll get to public participation. All right, Eager, you can probably go first. So I'm gonna go down to the podium and read a couple of resolutions. All right, come on up. All right, the first one I'm going to read here is a proclamation to welcome the International Association of Bridge Structural, Ornamental, and Reinforcing Iron Workers for the 40th Annual Instructor Training Program. Whereas the International Association of Bridge Structural, Ornamental, and Reinforcing Iron Workers International, represents approximately 120,000 members who perform skilled work to build bridges, stadiums, skyscrapers, and many other important structures in North America. And whereas the Iron Workers International has held its instructor training program in Washtenaw County for the past 15 years. And whereas the Iron Workers International holds its 40th annual instructor training program July 8/19.
14th through the 14th through the 19th.
Oh, the 14th through the 19th, 2024, in Washtenaw County on the campus of Washtenaw Community College. And whereas the Iron Workers International Instructor Training Program will bring an estimated 900 participants to Washtenaw County in 2024. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the period of July 8th through 19th, 2024 as the 40th Annual Iron Workers International Instructor Training Program Week in Washtenaw County, Michigan, and calls upon the people of Washtenaw County to observe this week with the appropriate programs, activities, and ceremonies supporting the 40th year of training excellence. Thank you for coming out again. Yeah, feel free to say anything you'd like.
Thank you very much, Chair Hodge. I just want to thank the county commissioners and the staff for your incredible support of this very impactful event that occurs every year in Washtenaw community, with across the Washtenaw community. This event will bring, as mentioned, over 900 folks from across North America into our community for about a week and a half to learn, to educate, and to craft and hone their skills. We're very fortunate to partner with Washtenaw Community College to host and pull this event together. They're incredible partners, as we all know, and this event touches every part of the county. So we're incredibly excited to have them back into our community. While this is the 15th year we've had them, we are very excited to announce that at the conclusion of last year, Washington Community College, the iron workers and ourselves worked on a agreement to extend through 2030, hosting the iron workers into our community. So very grateful to have them ongoing through 2030. And again, we appreciate all your support and effort to retain them here. So thank you all very much.
All right. All right. Got another one. All right. Next one is a resolution proclaiming September 2024 as Veteran Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Whereas our nation's veterans have bravely served and sacrificed to protect the freedoms and values that we hold dear. And whereas the mental health and well-being of our veterans is of the utmost importance, and we recognize the challenges they may face as a result of their service. And whereas it is essential that we raise awareness about the alarming rates of veteran suicides and the impact it has on families, communities, and the nation as a whole. And whereas every life lost to suicide is a tragedy that can and should be prevented through increased awareness, access to mental health care, and supportive resources. And whereas by working together as a society, we can create an environment that promotes understanding, empathy, and early intervention for veterans struggling with mental health issues. And whereas we must acknowledge the unique experiences of veterans and actively work to reduce the stigma surrounding mental health challenges, encouraging veterans to seek help without fear of judgment. And whereas communities, organizations, and government agencies should collaborate to provide comprehensive support networks for veterans, ensuring that they have access to the care, resources, and assistance they need. And whereas this proclamation aims to honor the memory of those veterans who have tragically lost their lives to suicide, to express gratitude for the service of our living veterans, and to pledge our commitment to preventing further loss of life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners hereby proclaims September 2024 as Veteran Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. And we urge all citizens, community organizations, government agencies, and businesses to join in this effort by raising awareness about the importance of mental health among veterans and the signs of suicidal behavior, promoting the availability of mental health resources, including counseling, support groups, and crisis hotlines, specifically tailored to veterans, encouraging open and honest conversations about mental health to reduce stigma surrounding seeking help, supporting initiatives and programs that aim to provide veterans with the necessary tools to cope with mental health challenges, and fostering a culture of inclusivity, empathy, and understanding that recognizes the unique experience of veterans. Thank you so much for being here. Feel free to.
I am deeply humbled. Thank you very much. I represent the Washtenaw County Council of Veterans, and for years and years, we've been doing nothing to do what we need to do to help our veterans today and their families. So I really appreciate this proclamation. I know it doesn't seem much to a lot of people, but believe me, we're going to be presenting this on August 3rd at the Washtenaw Community College at the Vet Fest that we have each year. And I know that it's going to mean an awful lot to them because it means an awful lot to me. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Yeah, God bless you too. Next one's a little unusual because someone's going to give me something. So come on up.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dina Bosworth, Director of Governmental Affairs for the Michigan Association of Counties. And just this last year, the association celebrated 125 years in existence. We are the longest standing local government association in the state of Michigan. And so in honor of that, we put together this large plaque that has all 83 county seals on it. And we would like to present this to, thank you very much. I'm not tall enough.
Let's see what we did in the shot. There we go.
There we go. Would like to present that to Washtenaw County. I have to say that it's extremely important to have each county across the state engaged with the Michigan Association of Counties. We advocate on your behalf in the state legislature and at the federal level, along with NACO, to advance the things that you need. And so with your participation, your guidance, and your involvement in our organization, we can pursue things that are really important to Washtenaw County. So with that, I will say thank you for those that have participated in the past and encourage you to come and engage in, one of our 6 internal committees, engage with our board, and appreciate all of your efforts. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, well, we'll take a picture here and.
Okay. Hold it down.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so accepting it on behalf of the board, and we're gonna hang it up in there. There, you're taking it. All right, thank you. That's it. Now, to public participation. I know somebody here, going now. Oh, look, oh, there you go. I know. All right. Mike's not on, sorry. All right, there you go. Thank you. All right, so here at the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners, you get 3 minutes for public participation. If you are joining us in the room, you'll come on down to the podium and you'll get your 3 minutes. We have a nice color-coded light system that starts off at green, goes down to yellow when you got 1 minute left, and then stops at red when your time is up. If you keep going when you are on red, I'm gonna have to stop you. I don't wanna have to do that. It's our board rules and I have to follow them. I am I execute it fairly. There was a time when I had to cut off our wonderful public health officer. I keep bringing this up. I had to cut her off at 3 minutes. I didn't want to do that. But I'd be fair. So if you are joining us via Zoom, through the Zoom client, you will hit the raise hand icon to indicate that you would like to be called on. I will call on you. You will state your name, city, or township, which you also have to do if you're in the room. Name, city, or township. Ashlyn will get at me if we don't get the city and township in there. So make sure you do that. You'll get your 3 minutes. If you are joining us via Zoom by calling in by phone, you will hit the *9 button to raise your hand, indicating you'd like to speak. I will call on you. You will state your name, city, or township, and then you will hit *6 to unmute yourself. There you go. It's like riding a bike. We're getting back at it. Okay. Who would like to participate? Public comment. Come on down. Come on down. Name, city, or township. You get 3 minutes, and we can't respond until after everyone has given public comment.
Hi, my name is Ivan LaHaye and I live on Prospect Hill Road in Sharon Township. For those of you who may not be familiar, Prospect Hill Road is a county border between Washtenaw and Jackson County. I'm here to talk about an egregious inequity associated with the county-wide broadband initiative. The contractor in our area that's doing the installation of the fiber, MEC, contacted me and the residents on Prospect Hill Road, along with several others in the township, notifying us that we were eligible for broadband coverage in 2024. In fact, we were very excited to see the installation going on all of last summer and through the winter. So I submitted my registration. I paid the $100, and I even had someone come out to the house to look at it and make sure everything was ready to go. Subsequent to that, I was called by MEC and informed that they had incorrectly read the maps, and that in fact, my house was not scheduled for installation until 2026 as part of a build out coming from Jackson County. Even though I'm a resident of Washtenaw County of Sharon Township, I pay taxes in Washtenaw County, I'm served by Washtenaw County elected officials. This is what I was told. I contacted Commissioner Beeman on April 10th, informed her of the situation. I received a prompt reply from her explaining all the different funding sources and everything else, and that she said they were sure the contractor was confused, that she would look into it and clarify matters. She needed my address, which I supplied promptly, again, this very same day. Despite 2 follow-up emails, one later in April and another in early June, I have not heard a single word back from the commissioner. I also wrote to my township supervisor, did not hear a word back from her. At this point in time, I don't care why this has happened. It's wrong and it needs to be fixed. There are only about 9 homes on Prospect Hill Road that have been left out of the Sharon Township installation. 9 homes. The line was brought to within a quarter mile of those homes and stopped. So I'm here to find out what is going to be done to rectify this problem. I don't care why it occurred. I just want to know how it's going to get fixed. Thank you.
Thank you. We have to wait until everyone has talked before we can respond. I'm sorry. Anybody else for public comment? Come on down. Name, city, or township.
I am, excuse me, I'm Barbara Fry, Sharon Township. I'm a neighbor of Ivan's and I agree with everything he said. My only little disagreement is the line has come up on Eustates Road. It's right across the street from the first house and there are 6 of us within, I don't know, 1,800 feet along that road, and it just doesn't make any sense. As Ivan says, we're paying taxes in Washtenaw County, and we should be getting the same service. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Who's quicker on the draw here? Looks like Dirk is trying to, he has literature to pass. Name, city, or township.
Dirk Mayhew, Ann Arbor, channeling my inner Katie Porter tonight. I've got to share an observation with the public about funding, how millage money moves through this county and others. Washtenaw County Sheriff Jerry Clayton, this has been beaten up before. He's got a private consulting firm, Cardinal Group 2. They provide training for law enforcement officers such as 911 dispatch training. In Ingham County, the Undersheriff Book also has a private consulting firm that provides training for law enforcement officers, including 911 dispatch. Money moves from Washtenaw to Andrew Book's private consultants, and money moves from Ingham to Jerry Clayton's private consultants. And that's all above board and might even be a good idea. But our sheriff department training manager works for both of these consultants. So thanks for the quick reply, Commissioner LaBarre, about the history there. I first was like, am I reading this right? I guess the next question is there a conflict of interest there? So I leave that guys up to you. It's kind of messy, easy for me. I'm going to vote no on the millage because you cut off the funding, these problems go away. Hope other people join me. I see I got a lot of time left. And I'd like to point out that most of our road patrol deputies, they're not running consulting firms. And it would be very unfair to paint the consultants and my road patrol deputies with the same brush. Just recently, I saw that the Ypsi fire chief had given a commendation to 2 of our young deputies because when his team showed up at the house fire, one guy was searching in a smoke-filled room in the dark, trying to find a woman that had been overcome. His buddy was holding him by the belt so that when the deputy passed out, his partner would pull him out of the flames. They saved that woman's life. I think she's still in ICU. My point is we've got good deputies who are trying to do the right thing when they know nobody's looking. It would be very unfair to group them in with maybe some of these other challenges. Thanks for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you. So we have a line forming here.
Hi, I'm Monica Prince and I'm from Ypsi Township and I work at the Ypsi Senior Center. I want to thank the commissioners for the positive response to placing a millage on the November ballot for older senior services, older adult services. I was overjoyed with the first vote, and I'm sure you are all tired of hearing my voice in this room, but we're not going away. I have worked 18 years in the aging sector, and many of my colleagues have far more experience than I. The Say Yes to Seniors Coalition is committed to help in any way we can, from seeing that the millage is passed to helping to develop the County Department on Aging, to advise on what we see as the needs of the older adults in the community. Thanks so much for the support you have given to the growing older population in Washtenaw County.
Thank you. Name, city, or township.
My name is Yvonne Cudney. I live in the city of Ypsilanti. I too would like to speak to the senior millage. The millage has the potential to improve the lives of thousands of older adults in Washtenaw County, and especially those who are aging in place. And the majority of older adults are aging in place because they cannot afford to move to senior living communities, which cost upwards of $3,000 a month. For additional services, it costs more money.
This millage gives seniors hope that they can age in place with dignity and safety. Thank you, thank you, thank you for putting the senior millage on the ballot.
Thank you. Come on down, name, city or township.
Hello, I am Barbara Neesmay, President and CEO of Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels. This morning, as I was driving into work, and like many other days, I was listening to 89.1 WEMU, and they recently spoke with Justin Hodge about the ballot initiative to support senior services. I quote, County Commission Board Chairman Justin Hodge said that there's an overwhelming support among trustees to send the millage to voters. They've also expressed a specific desire around what that would look like. The big piece being a county office on aging. It passed first reading 9-0. I expect it'll pass similarly on second reading, but I guess you never know until you get there. We're here. Thanks to all of you for passing the initiative with overwhelming support. This is an exciting step in the right direction for seniors in all of our communities. Thank you all for taking the time to learn more about how this millage will change lives, and look forward to working with all of you as next steps emerge. Again, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. As soon as I said that last part, I was like, oh, I couldn't have said that part. Why'd you have to include that, Kevin? All right. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Robbie. Hey, name, city or township.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Lemon and I live in Dexter. I also serve as Vice President of Community Investment for the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation, where for the last 8 years, the majority of my work has been focused on supporting older adults within our community. I want to start off by once again giving my appreciation for the process of discussion around what long-term sustainable funding can look like when it comes to supporting older adults within our community. I want to echo my comments from the last time that we chatted. I think that we can all acknowledge that the road to supporting older adults is a process. For the last almost 8 years, nonprofits, elected officials, funders, and community members have been meeting to try to figure out how to effectively fund supportive and enrichment opportunities for older adults within our community. Tonight is yet another huge step towards the solution, but it is just that, a single step. Money is a necessity, but is just one part of the greater equation. There are other areas or factors that absolutely need to be addressed along the way. Money does not solve the problem, but instead provides the resources to address those particular issues. Key aspects like coordination of services, data collection, community-facing dashboards, and ROI studies are all key components that not only help to ensure the highest impact possible for our community, but also helps to show the community how public funds are being utilized, which hopefully at the end of the day builds trust in the work that community members are doing, nonprofits are doing, and the county is doing. We also know that not all the problems can be solved at once. Addressing programmatic or systemic issues does not happen overnight, but we do need a blueprint for what things can be addressed initially, as well as what things need time to develop traction. My invitation to you is the same that it has always been. The Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation has 60 years of serving our community from border to border. We are a data-driven and partnership-focused organization that wants community-based solutions for our entire county. We are not here to make money out of this work. In fact, it's quite the opposite. We have charitable dollars to support all of the things that I'm lifting up tonight, and we know that will become apparent as we move forward in this process. And these are all things that we have talked about over coffee and Zoom calls and in public meetings, but I think it's important to reiterate where it is the foundation sets itself to support initiatives like this. Much of the work needed to support the greater process has already begun on some level, right? The health department has been working with the Washtenaw Health, with WHI to set up a data dashboard related to older adults. Conversations are happening around data collection with nonprofit funders and universities as we speak. And while nothing is set in stone, my point is that the sector is ready for the next steps. We have been getting ready for 8 years. And with proper funding, I truly believe that we are poised to make Washtenaw County a better place for older adults.
You practiced that. That's right on the dot there.
I was going to go into some Walt Whitman, but I ran out of time.
Oh, we'll have to save Walt for another time.
Yeah, next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? Come on down. Name, city, or township.
Hello, my name is Jill Kind. I live in Sylvan Township, and I'm currently the Director of Wise Aging Services at Jewish Family Services. I've been working with older adults for 3 decades in this community, so I think I know a fair amount about it. And I've also been a caregiver for my mother and for my brother until their deaths. I am, oh my God, in the demographic myself now. So I've got a lot of skin in this game. And I'm really thrilled with this commission is thinking about a systems level approach to meeting the needs of older adults in our community. I see really big, enormous problems. I see caregivers with lots and lots of needs. I see children and families at their wits' end. So this is a really exciting step, and I'd like to thank all of you for your support.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Come on down. Name, city, or township.
My name is Reverend Robert Bull, and I am from Pittsfield Township. And just on behalf of the veterans of this county, I just want to remind everyone about the millage that's coming up for renewal for the veterans programs. Very important, paying for things like rent and utility bills and things like this. For veterans in need. It's absolutely imperative that we continue this millage. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's put that in front of your mind. We are, as a community of veterans, working on getting the word out with yard signs that are going to be coming out soon. We're just trying to decide where we're going to get them from, but that's to help the program along and to get the information out. So again, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank
God
you.
bless you all.
Anybody else in the room for public comment? Name, city, or township.
Hi, I'm Ginger Chase, Scioto Township. I'd just like to reiterate what Dirk had to say. I just want, this is sort of a open secret in the county that the current sheriff has his own consulting company, the Cardinal Group, and that he has hired much of his upper cabinet in the sheriff's office as well as much of CMH. So I guess I'm kind of curious if there's any kinds of checks on this, any kind of, looking in and accountability on his, this other thing that could be very much a conflict of interest, as Dirk is pointing out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Come on down. Well, then we will turn to our friends online. Ashley, do we have anybody online?
Here, we do not have anyone online.
Okay, last call for anybody in the room. All right, well, closing public comment. I would remind everyone in the room too, as well as commissioners, we received a number of written public comment that are published in the packet and available for you to read. So take a look at that when you have an opportunity, if you haven't already. Now we will turn to commissioner response to public comment. Anybody want to respond? Yeah, Commissioner Beeman, I was gonna, if it's about the broadband thing, I think Administrator Dill had something to update. Because you wouldn't talk to the.
No update. I just took his information and I told him that I would reach out to him later this week.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you everyone for coming to speak, specifically my residents. So I apologize. I believe the email chain was who's on first is I was hoping anyway. So I will make sure that loop is closed in terms of the broadband and the access and the ability to service your homes for those that are in the room and those that were not on the commission when we voted through the broadband for the ARPA dollars. The ARPA dollars are a patch project. So it was to fill gaps where grants that the Broadband Task Force received did not cover. So some of those grants are federal grants. Some of those grants are state grants. We at the Board of Commissioners don't control those grants when the broadband is laid, any of that. The dollars, the ARPA dollars, the Washtenaw County dollars were used again to patchwork those pieces as these grants would fill this corner and that corner and this street and that street. And as you're seeing, and as the big companies are known to do, they'll go down one side of Trinkley Road and not the other side of Trinkley Road because they don't want to cross the road. So we were working on that. And that's where I apologize. I thought that one of our staff was connecting with you, so I will refocus the efforts on that to make sure that we get this all buttoned up. But that is why there are different phases and stages throughout Washtenaw County. The broadband project, to get it from every single corner, comes from a patchwork of funds, different people who are administering these programs, and they have different deadlines. What I will also say is the 2026, for anyone in the room that is, or listening at home, that is facing that deadline, that's the final drop date that it must be completed. So that is when the grant dollars must be spent and the line must be laid. So that is the furthest point. That is not when it will be done. That is when it must be completed. So it can happen anytime between this period and that period. However, I'm going to follow up on this specific issue, and I apologize.
I can't engage back. I'm sorry. Maybe during a break or at another time you can engage Commissioner Beeman. It's the rules, and like I said, I enforce them fairly. I can't have it happen. Sorry. Anybody else want to respond? Go ahead, Commissioner Light.
I just wanted to follow up about the sheriff's, that there may be a conflict with his private business. I didn't have a lot of time to really get all the information that I wanted to get so that I could respond a little better, but just to give you just a small snippet of what I have. I see Mr. Mayhew has stepped out, he stepped out. But as far as I know, I am a small business owner and I have my own business, and I do some work with organizations and businesses throughout the county, and it is not a conflict of interest because I'm an elected official. So, but more so to say with the sheriff, the contract that that his private business has with Ingham County is with the dispatch, and the dispatch and their sheriff's office are two separate entities. And so his business works with dispatch, and there is not a contract with the Ingham County Sheriff's Office. So that's one reason that it's not a conflict. And then moreover, the individuals that are employed and has the opportunity that is available as the opportunity to work with his business is available to others, because the sheriff's office does allow for employees to have secondary employment. And so the individuals that are employed to his private business, they are contracted, 1099 service provider, which is allowed. So there is no conflict there also, because they are allowed to have secondary employment. So when they sign their contracts, that is something that is available for them to do. And I'll get more information, but I just wanted to share that the dispatch and the sheriff's office in Ingham County are two separate entities. And so our sheriff's office, our sheriff, Jerry Clayton, has his private business, and it is not contracted with the county. It is through his private business with that dispatch. And so that kind of sums that up, but there is no conflict of interest. And that would be the same. Like I said, I'm a small business owner, and I provide my services to individuals within the county, and there is no conflict because I am a elected, and I have some individuals that are employed by the county, which they are allowed to have secondary employment, and they are able to be a contractor of my business if I choose. So that's just to follow up. I'll get more information, more in depth, and more additional information about the dispatch in those contracts. But as far as right now, today, there is no conflict of interest.
All righty, Commissioner Sanders.
So we do have HR here, not meaning to put you on the spot, but in relationship to the question about the conflict of interest, is there anything in county guidelines or regulations that say that duly elected officers are handcuffed from having additional sources of income?
I'm not aware of any. We will take a look at it in the morning, but I'm not aware of any kind of stipulations on that.
Okay, I asked because I wanted to be able to provide a little bit more clarity to our.
Corporation Counsel says there is not.
Okay, to our residents so that we can put that question to bed, but also to say the sheriff's term ends in December. So I'm just really confused about what this is related to. And as someone who has experienced efforts to squash my ability to support myself outside of one of my jobs, I take issue with it. And I hope that there's not something more nefarious underneath this inquiry, but I don't see if it's not a conflict and we don't have any rules in place that are being broken, I don't see what the problem is. But also, we've got a sheriff that is not running for reelection. His term ends in December. So I guess my question is, what's the point in raising this issue at this point? And I've said this before, I wish people would stop spending other people's money. So.
All right. Anybody else? I don't think I missed anybody. Commissioner Robbie.
You were waiting on me, weren't you?
I was waiting. I know you want to say something.
I guess I got a slightly different take on this. I mean, I'm interested at what was brought forward, and I think it's worth better understanding the relationship between the sheriff's group and county employees, Ingham County, the chart that was brought forward. I want to understand that the connection between the two. Obviously, with the short time that the citizens had to present, we weren't able to go too far in depth, but I just want to clarify a few things. As commissioners, obviously, we're all part-time, and so obviously we all have outside employment. Makes sense. And I think it is not correct to say that at no point in time would we ever have a conflict of interest. Oftentimes conflicts of interest arise as a normal part of doing business. They arise all the time for many of us. And sometimes we have to recuse ourselves from voting on certain matters so as to avoid a conflict of interest or an appearance of a conflict of interest. And that is just a normal part of doing business. It was a normal part of doing business in the legislature, normal part of doing business here. That's just how things, kind of function. As regards to the sheriff, my understanding is that he's not a part-time employee. At $170,000 a year, I would imagine, I don't know his financial situation, but I think the reason that we pay our countywide elected officials so handsomely is that so that they don't have to have outside employment, not saying that they can't, but certainly I would be interested to understand better what at $170,000 salary to understand how that causes somebody to fall on hard times. But I think I'm not saying that there is a conflict of interest. I'm saying I'd like to understand this issue more. And I don't think it's fair to just automatically say there's no conflict of interest. There's nothing to see here. In fact, I think that almost makes it like I want to look into it more, honestly. And I think it's wrong to say that there is never a conflict of interest with elected officials. Conflicts of interest come up all the time. It's how you deal with them that helps navigate the situation. And recusing yourself from a vote or removing yourself from dealings or negotiations. Those are all things to, keep in mind when you're observing or participating in the process of government. And so that's just the reality that we're all living in. So I don't think we can I appreciate the citizens that came forward and mentioned what they did. I did a little Googling while they were talking, and I found that indeed many of the things that they were saying are true. And, I think it's worth understanding better what the connections are so that we can better understand whether or not there is a conflict of interest.
All right, I gotta go to people that haven't spoken yet, but I got you in the queue, Commissioner Light. So I'm gonna go to Commissioner Labar and then Somerville, then back to Light, unless someone who hasn't spoken yet wants to speak.
Sure. I welcome any chance to talk about Sheriff Clayton publicly. A fan supporter would attest to his character and competency. This is an issue that we dealt with to some degree in the context of the 2020 campaign. And so I did send Mr. Mayhew an email from Administrator Dill back in looks like February of 2022 related to this item. I then subsequently forwarded on to Commissioner Light, Commissioner Somerville, and Commissioner Robbie, just so you can see it, given that you weren't on the board at the time. So hopefully that will shed a little light on it. And I think like many people, I look forward to talking about funding for vital services in the context of millages and why those are important and why those help ensure some of the basic cornerstones of civil society and the things that this county provides. So I look forward to that in the months ahead.
All right, Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. I just wanted to re-up my request to have a conversation during working session so that everybody, both at the board and the public, can understand what a conflict of interest is. I think this is getting thrown around a lot, sometimes at commissioners. And I just want people to understand what a real conflict of interest is, what an ethics violation is, how we monitor those things here, because it is important. But I also think that it's been thrown around a lot just casually without, evidence that there's a real conflict. So I would like to make that happen at a future working session.
I think we could do that. I think we could do that. Yes. Okay. Corporation Counsel says yes, she believes that we could do that. All right. Excellent. We'll go to Commissioner Light now.
I was just going to follow up to say that for me, I count no one else's pockets or their creativeness to be an entrepreneur, to be able to have a full-time job, regardless of what their compensation or salary is at their full-time job, that they do well, and that they have been elected by the people for years, term after term, and then to have a private business. I think that, there's always some backlash to our sheriff, and that it's always something that someone wants to come against our sheriff or the sheriff's office. But for me, if there's nothing that is, our sheriff's office is operating well, regardless of how others see that. You are allowed to have a private business. You are allowed to utilize your creativeness and your entrepreneurship. It is not against the law in Michigan. It is not against policy or the law of Washtenaw County, because I have many jobs. I am very creative and I do what I do well, and I don't want anybody counting my money for me. And so I am just going to share that same energy and say that the sheriff does his job well, and he is an entrepreneur and has created a business that he does well. And we can stop counting the private pockets of any individual that works in our organization, that is paid 100+ salary, or that is paid 50K in salary. Mind your own pockets, because entrepreneurs are important and we work hard. And these creative minds that we have, we work at it. And I work hard every day for all of the many jobs that I do have. And I hope that my constituents feel that I am doing this job well. Even though it's part-time, it is full-time. And I give my all, not only to this job, but to the several other jobs that I'm an entrepreneur. So I'm tooting my own horn, but let's just be mindful of how we attack others' creativeness and how we come for individuals that are entrepreneurs. Stop coughing up things that aren't there. And I'm saying that not to my constituents, but to my colleagues. We got to do better. We got to do better.
All right. Anybody else? No. Oh, was that a hand? You're done. Okay. All right. Well, thank you everybody that came out to share public comment. Wide range of topics were covered. Very grateful for that. And I hope that people stick around to see the things that we're going to vote on, to see if it goes the way that you would like for it to go. For some of these, I expect that they will. And I want to thank our friend here to coming to talk about the Veteran Services Millage. It's good to know that there's going to be some advocacy around that. Yard signs and other advertisements out there, because there are several millage renewals on the ballot to be looking into. With that, we will move on to our next item here. Liaison reports. Who's got a liaison report for me? Commissioner LeBar, go ahead. No, I just messed with you. Go ahead, Commissioner Scott. We're gonna maybe tag team this one.
Thank you, Commissioner, Chair. I'm going to talk about parks. Oh, just kidding. I'm going to let you talk about parks. Yeah, I had to pay you. I have to pay you back for that.
Yeah.
I am going to talk a little bit about the really fantastic meeting that we had at the Board of Health on June 28th. Some of the things we talked about were budget things that I think we'll probably talk more about at this table at some point. We talked about emergency preparedness. We talked about the heat wave response, but really the most exciting thing that I hope you will all hear about is that we talked about the healthy neighborhoods, ARPA evaluation and funding, with a presentation from Ruth Kraut and Robin Bishop. It was an incredibly engaging presentation and really talked about the amazingly successful work that the community health workers have done. I want my fellow commissioners to know that we talked about how these community health workers are helping people across the county connect with things like food access, essentials like clothing and furniture, getting people signed up for insurance, helping them with utilities, assistance with transport assistance, legal services, senior services, medical and dental resources. They're helping to manage chronic health conditions. And really one of the most exciting things we heard about that some of these community health workers are doing are actually helping people prevent eviction. So they are working in neighborhoods and they are working with families to prevent them from being evicted from their homes, which is definitely a public health measure. And they are doing enormously successful work with the residents in some communities to keep them in their homes. So this is an incredibly successful program that has really, I think, when we asked the board or the public health department to look at public health with this equity lens, which I think public health inherently does, but they formed this program, and this is a program I'm editorializing a little bit now, that I am concerned about falling off the ARPA cliff, just because it has been so enormously successful in our community. And I'm going to be hopeful that we're going to figure out what we can do to find some funds to keep that community health worker program going, especially as it touches on so many aspects of things that are important to people at this table. Commissioner, Chair Hodge, you said you were going to maybe add some things?
I mean, that was so thorough. I don't know what else to add. I think the only other thing would be around that resolution that was passed. Do you want me to say something about it, or do you want to?
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. So the Board of Health passed a resolution that is calling on us to, and we're going to hear more about this going forward, probably in the very near future, to asking us to increase our structural investment in the public health department. Administrator Dill and I have talked about the maintenance of effort that we allocate to the health department and that number needing to increase. That's essentially what this resolution, and it's in the, I can share it if people don't have it, but that's basically what the resolution that the Board of Health passed is asking us to do, is to look at how we can go about increasing our structural investment in the health department and doing something to modify the amount that they're receiving for maintenance of effort, because that number has been stagnant over a number of years as costs continue to increase. That's good. You did great. Thanks. All right. Did you want to give any other ones? Or are you going to let him do parks? Okay. Well, LeVar is next. Commissioner LeVar, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. So it's nice for us commissioners don't have a chance to tag team with others to get a minute to talk. So I'll try and do that quickly. No, in all candor, the COC met about 2 weeks ago. And the continuum of care has an annual obligation to prioritize HUD funding projects. I highlight that here for a few reasons. One, they're working on an application to prevent youth homelessness that's going to be wrapping up on August 29th. They have finished an annual emergency solutions grant funding process that'll go before the COC next week. And then we've got the RFP for home ARP supportive services open. Applications on that are due Friday. The one item I wanted to highlight though tonight is at the meeting for HUD funding designation. And I appreciate that Commissioner Dill, our Deputy Administrator, Commissioner Dill, Administrator Dill, our Deputy Administrator Andrew DeLu, and I believe Tony and her team were there. Long and short, I suggested in the HUD priorities, would it make sense to put essentially what our coordinated entry services lower on the ranking? And the response there was that we have done good work on it, but we haven't identified a sufficient structural source of funding for those. So I flag that here, not to be critical, but just to say, I think we've done laudable work in the funding package we did back in November. But as we talk about moving on from ARPA and how we keep sort of those channels flowing, that is an issue to highlight here for this board, because I know everybody here is deeply concerned about that. None of us have had a lack of input in terms of what the community's told us, and we all want to make progress. So I highlight it here just in the context of future discussions and the budget ahead. We did have a CMH meeting as well, and I do just want to say we have a good board there, and we are losing a few of our members. We've got an appointment tonight, but no major updates from that meeting. That's it.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner, you haven't raised your hand yet. You're just waiting. Well, I'm Commissioner Light, and then Robbie, then Machias.
So on, was it yesterday? Yes, I had the pleasure to attend the Ann Arbor Transit, the ride, and the Biden-Harris, everybody hear that? Biden-Harris administration, one more time, Biden-Harris administration has allocated, is it 25 million to the ride? And so Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, the ride is about to be riding. So there are going to be some great projects moving forth, and it was great and wonderful, sent chills up my spine to know that the Biden-Harris administration is continuing to do great things. So that is my summary.
What administration?
Biden-Harris.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What? One more time. What was it? Okay, got it. Heard. All right, excellent. Commissioner Robbie, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I have a Parks Commission report, fairly extensive. Do want to give, my colleague an opportunity to jump in too.
tag team.
We do. We go to the meetings, we rock it out. It's a great time. We actually had 2 Parks Commission meetings since our last Board of Commissioners meeting. At our June meeting, we did several things. First of all, we met at Sharon Mills County Park. Thank you, Representative Beeman, for having a wonderful district with a wonderful park. If you've never been to Sharon Mills County Park, colleagues, please go visit. I'm sure Commissioner Beeman's been there.
Oh, yes.
And loves it.
Yes.
It's absolutely gorgeous. You all should go.
This is where I was gonna tag team.
Go for
It was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, like, apparently it's a secret part of the county. We could just try to get in the same
Yeah,
shot.
sure.
There you go. One microphone.
And he's clapping. Mike.
We work well together.
We do.
It was absolutely gorgeous, and I really, and there's an incredible amount of history, especially with like Ford's cottage industries that happen there. I was utterly charmed, and I feel like it's my new favorite place in Washtenaw County. Thanks,
Definitely.
Parks.
Thanks, Parks. Nice. Sounds like some very good pictures were taken there. So a few of the updates though from that meeting. First off, I think we updated you guys on this before, but the Parks Commission has approved several massive updates to the pool at Mary Lou Murray. The glass wall is being replaced, several other changes. And this meeting, we were actually asked to approve basically a slight change to that work order. There was a determination that there was enough space in the pool area to actually add 2 saunas and 4 family changing rooms. So we're going to add that onto the project as an additional amenity. So very excited about that change. So that's good news. And then in addition, we had a long report on our community needs assessment survey results, comprehensive master plan update, long discussion about that. But another capital investment that we are going to be making is in the Rolling Hills Water Park wave generator. We got to get a new wave generator in there, get the wave going.
Okay.
So, yeah, exactly. It's very old. Apparently the people that came and looked at it from there's only one company that makes wave generators in the whole country. And they came and looked at it and they installed it like 30 years ago. And they were like, oh my God, how is this thing still functioning? But somehow our staff have been able to like rubber band this thing together and keep it going. But parts of it need to be replaced. We can actually keep using parts of it, which is crazy, but we're going to replace parts of it as well. So those are the big updates from our June meeting. Did I miss anything from June?
The only other thing was we had an overview of the master plan, the comprehensive plan, and some of the engagement the community has given about what they're looking for in parks.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was our regular June meeting. And then we also had a July working session. We don't usually have a July meeting, but we did this time. And the working session was largely focused around Eastside Rec Center. As there's been, a lot of discussion and trying to, get our head around, kind of where is the Parks Commission at on this matter? Obviously, the Board of Commissioners, through, the chair and Commissioner Somerville through her work here and at the state, and many of the rest of the folks around this table, have worked very hard in, making sure that there's a clear commitment from this board in making sure that this moves forward. And, there's been a lot of discussion and debate about who do we partner with to make this happen? Where does the rest of the funding come from to make this happen? We need ongoing funding for operations, et cetera, et cetera. And obviously, it's going to involve the Parks Commission in some way, shape, or form. So we wanted to make sure to have that discussion in a very open and honest way with Parks Commissioners. I think people walked into the meeting having pretty disparate viewpoints on how we should proceed. And there was, a coming together of thoughts, I think, in that room on how we should move forward. And ultimately, I think there is obviously some further discussions that need to happen with the chair and the administrator and others. But I just want to report back that meeting went very well. And there was a lot of clarity and sense of direction, I think, that came out of that meeting on behalf of the commissioners in terms of what they would like to see. This would be a new concept in terms of, in the past, it's been, Parks Commission runs, Mary Lou Murray Parks Commission runs, Rolling Hills. And with our generous allocation in the budget of $400,000 on an ongoing basis, with the state money that was received, with the $7 million ARPA allocation, with the one-time money that we put forward for this project, we're putting a lot of money into this. And I think really building the parameters around the partnership between Parks and the county board so that we can sort of, make sure that we're getting this project going is really important. I think ultimately in looking at, we didn't get down into the weeds of the price tag of what it costs to run something. I asked for that because I think it'd be really helpful for us to have that discussion. My belief is that ultimately we're going to have to find some creative ways to potentially bring some additional ongoing dollars into the equation to make sure that it can happen. But I think the general sense is that there's an excitement at the Parks Commission table to be involved in helping to, be part of this discussion. And there was also an offer on their part that if the working session chair is amenable in the next, I don't know what your working sessions look like, but it may be worth having a working session on this, inviting the Parks Commission to at least be in the room. And then I think there's ongoing discussions with the administrator how to move forward too. But I just wanted to basically report back that had a very good discussion. The group really came together from many different viewpoints, kind of came together. And did I miss anything?
I think one of the things that is important why we had this liaison report and for the Board of Commissioners to be aware of is that a certain amount of that, we had the presentation in working session about ARPA dollars. And there is a certain amount of ARPA dollars that we have pledged towards this East Side Rec Center, and that those contracts and something needs to happen with that money in a kind of quick way if we don't want to forfeit those dollars. I will be sick if we forfeit those dollars. And I think many people who have been looking forward to this will be too. So I don't think we'll get the minutes of this meeting until August or so, but I encourage you to talk to Commissioners Robbie and I, to talk to the park staff, to ask about what happened, to talk about direction that we're thinking about taking, because I think we are going to have to move with some alacrity to get those dollars out the door by the end of this year so we don't forfeit that money. So it's important for you to be paying attention to that conversation, this conversation, because it will come up in a quick way and we just don't want to leave that money on the table.
Alacrity. I like the vocabulary usage there.
Well, as many people learned at the last meeting, before I was a nurse, I was a PhD candidate in English literature. So there you go.
And so I guess the last quick thing I want to say is both Andrew and Crystal were both present at the meeting, did a wonderful job of representing the administrator, given that Administrator Dill was, I believe, with Commissioner Light and maybe others at the ATA event. And so, Crystal did a wonderful job of, outlining the timelines that we do have on the money. And so just to underscore that piece, there was a lengthy discussion about how do we make sure to get all the money, basically spent in time so that we don't lose any of it. And I think that, again, there's a willingness to start down that path. And I think that's a really good sign for the project.
Well, thank you. Very thorough and very exciting news. Appreciate your continued work around the Eastside Community Recreation Center, both of you. Thank you. I had to say, when you were sharing the microphone and the screen, it was so picturesque. It made me think you guys need a milkshake with the 2 straws. It was nice. Like it's a board that really gets along. All right, Commissioner Machieski, I think you were next.
Thank you. Chair. I'm going to report on the Board of Public Works meeting from June 26th. I'm the only commissioner that's liaison there, so I can't share this with anyone, but I'll do my best. I wanted to note that the materials management plan process is moving forward. I believe the chair had a document that he signed, I think.
That's correct. We are tag teaming it. I signed the
Hey.
document and we're good to go.
Right, so we're moving ahead with the materials management plan process here in the county.
A lot of work to do over the next, I think, year and a half on that. So I want to talk a little bit today about the county cleanup days. There was one in Augusta Township on June 15th. 330 participants at that event. And the next one, I think that has open registration, is going to be in the city of Ypsilanti on August 24th. The registration for that will open up on July 15th. So you may remember that to participate in the special county cleanup days, that you have to register ahead of time. It's limited to county residents. Those have been proven to be very popular events. So you want to make sure to check the county website because you can register through there. However, we do have weekday household hazardous waste. Again, appointments required. And that is out at the facility out on 5 Mile Road in Salem Township. So you can schedule an appointment to take your items out there during the week. And on selected Saturdays, the next one being August 3rd, you can schedule to take household hazardous waste and home toxics to the Zebra Road location, just north of 94. And again, appointments can be scheduled through there. And you can go to hometoxiccenter.org to get the list of items and in terms of what is and is not accepted. That is my report from the Board of Public Works.
Awesome. Thank you. Anybody else? Liaison report? No? Okay. All right. You got another one? Commissioner Robbie?
Yeah, I don't know if Commissioner Machewski can answer this question. I do have a question about Public Works. And maybe we can just follow up later on it. But I did get a question from an elected official about the landfill expansion. Is that part of, do you know what's going on with that? The Arbor Hills landfill expansion?
I'm aware of the issue. I'm not aware of the legalities or enough to be able to converse right now about it, but there is discussion about that. It's been periodically talked about, including a couple of notices of violation that have occurred out at the landfill.
I see Commissioner Light nodding as well, so it sounds like you may know more about it too. We can talk more offline.
Yeah.
Right. So, Theo Egermont is quite knowledgeable about the particulars and specifics, and I think Theo could give you probably a much more detailed update.
Sounds great. Thank you.
All righty. Anybody else? Nope. Okay. One quick one from the Food Policy Council. Beth was kind enough to make time to meet with some of the members of the Food Policy Council because they're continuing their work around trying to take a look at county procurement policy and giving some recommendations to us on how we can do better with our food system related to that. So expect more on that soon. I also had a meeting with a member of their executive committee about them wanting to make some changes to their bylaws. I think we can expect to see some more about that sometime soon. They're considering possibly increasing the number of meetings. They want to do more work, so they might increase the number of meetings that they're having. So Food Policy Council is really cool. So we'll stay tuned for more news in the near future. That's it for liaison reports. We have no special orders of business. We'll go on. I'm gonna get us through appointments and consent agenda before seeing if anybody needs a break. So appointments, would anybody like to move the appointments? Okay. Any discussion on the appointments or want to pull any for separate consideration? None. All right, Ashley, let's do a roll call vote on this. We'll get some practice here. Like, it's fun. Commissioner Scott looked at me like, no roll call. Just roll call.
All right. Commissioner Hodge?
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar?
Yes.
Commissioner Light?
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski?
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders?
Yes.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville?
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman?
Yes.
All right. Appointments passed. Thank you all for your service to Washtenaw County and welcome to the various teams you've all been appointed to. Thank you so much. All right, move on to the consent agenda. So for the consent agenda, if you're a regular viewer of the show here or a member of the board, you know that we take a look at the communications that come in. Usually I have a conversation with Bryce about communications we receive. If there's some that seem a little spicy or odd, we did not have any that were odd. So not odd enough for us to change it to not file, right? If there's none that are recommended that we not file. You might not like all the communications, but there weren't any of the ones like, you know what I'm talking about, Ottawa County kind of stuff. I expect that we're gonna send more communication soon because there's an interest on the board, and that could be a cool thing for us to work on, Ashlyn. Yep. She nods in the affirmative. Okay, somebody want to move the consent agenda? Okay, no one wants to pull any for separate consideration, right? None. All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Okay, consent agenda passed. How do people feel? You want to take a break or you want to keep going? No, what? Okay, people feeling good? This side of my room over here? Okay, I see. We'll see where we're at here. Okay. All right. Couple of things as we look at the resolutions here. There was a supplemental that was added. It's item K under single readings. It's a resolution supporting the Michigan Voting Rights Act bill package in the Michigan legislature. Just making sure that everybody is aware that that's on there. And other than that, it's the business. There's not a lot of things on the agenda here. So I would look for somebody. We have no first reading items. I would look for somebody to move I'm looking for a specific special someone to move the final reading item. Commissioner Maciejewski.
All right, thank you. All right, I will move for final reading 2A, a resolution to submit to the electorate a millage question authorizing funding for older person services on the November 5th, 2024 ballot and certifying ballot language.
Is there a second?
Support.
Okay, any discussion? Commissioner Labar, what you got for us?
I just want to thank Commissioner Maciejewski and Somerville in particular for their work on this. So,
thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I want to note everybody that came for public comment today. Appreciate the continued interest in this and support over really the last decade. I made extensive comments at during first reading in June about this. But I do want to note that Jim McGuire is here tonight, and I just have a quick note about Jim. Jim spent his career at Area Agency on Aging 1B. He and I have had many conversations about getting a millage in front of the voters in Washtenaw County. I greatly appreciate that he has taken time in his post-professional life to come all the way from Oakland County to be here tonight, to be present for this. Jim is a big motivator in terms of myself and the work that I do in my day job, and I really appreciate him being here tonight. I will say, and I'm not going to repeat what I said last month, other than to say that this millage is, going to have a lot of impact, and I think there's a lot of hope that can be gained from the work that will be done if the voters approve this. But I also think, and I referenced this in the past, I also think that there is something that I think we're asking as well of older adults. And again, this would benefit people who are age 60 and over, a population that many of which no longer work for pay, no longer work 40 hours a week, and they have lots of time. They have accumulated knowledge. They have a lot of wisdom. They have a lot they can give back to the community. And many of those people might be isolated. They may have other things going on at certain points of their life. But I think part of what we can do and the work that we can do through an aging office and through those that we can collaborate with in the community is to engage older adults, to be volunteers, to share their knowledge and wisdom, to be leaders, to be engaged with younger generations. So I think there's some responsibility there as well. For many people. And I look forward to that outreach, maybe resulting in more volunteerism, resulting in more intergenerational activity going on, more mentorship going on. Certainly the opportunities are there. So I greatly appreciate the consideration that my colleagues here at the board have given this, really over the last several years. And I look forward to voting in support of this, hopefully in a few minutes. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? See it none. All right, well, this is the moment that most of the people in the crowd have been waiting for here. Let's get ready to see how accurate my comments to WEMU were. Ashley, it's a roll call vote here.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Absolutely, yes.
Commissioner Makayevsky,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes. All right, passed unanimously. You can applaud. Yes. Well, my hope is that all of the people that have been very interested in this and have been advocating for it for years will continue to work with us as now that it is on the ballot, but after it passes and we begin the work on the development of the office and continuing to do the good work with the community. I hope we can count on everybody's continued partnership. Okay, all right. It's great. It's great. It's great. Like all right, let's move on. I'm looking for somebody to move the don't leave now. I mean, there's, you might as well stay for the rest of the meeting. Okay, I would look for someone to move the single reading items and approval of claims. I believe the audience is trying to leave. You have a good night, everybody. Somebody want to move the single, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. The single reading items are A resolution authorizing the reallocation and reclassification of American Rescue Plan Act funding from administration. B, a resolution authorizing the Chair of the Board of Commissioners to sign a lease agreement for indoor vehicle storage from administration. C, a resolution authorizing the above midpoint hire of Beth Gibbons as Director of the Resiliency Office from administration. D, a resolution approving the 2024 Youth Services mini grants from the Office of Community and Economic Development. E, a resolution authorizing the cooperative agreements with the city of Milan. I live in Washtenaw County, Milan, and Linden Township to join the Washtenaw Urban County beginning in fiscal year 2025. F, resolution authorizing a grant from the United Way of Southeast Michigan from the Office of Community and Economic Development. G, a resolution proclaiming September 2024 as Veterans Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. H, a resolution in support of the My Affordable Healthy Homes proposal. I, a proclamation, indeed, welcoming the International Association of Bridge Structural, Ornamental, and Reinforcing Iron Workers for the 40th Annual Instructor Training Program. J, a resolution acknowledging July 27th as World Day for International Justice. K, the supplemental resolution supporting the Michigan Voting Rights Act bill package in the Michigan legislature. And finally, 4, the approval of claims.
Is there a second? Okay, let's see if it gets complicated. Anybody want to pull any for separate consideration? All right, Commissioner Beaman and then Commissioner Sanders.
I'd like to pull A.
We're pulling A. Commissioner Sanders.
She took it.
A has been taken. I have comments on A, so don't worry when we get to it. Anybody else? Oh, Commissioner Robbie. B. We're pulling A and B. Any other ones? That's it for now, friends. Okay, well then let's go ahead and take care of all the other ones, because that maybe will be light work. Any discussion on the remaining package of resolutions there? Commissioner Maciejewski.
Just a quick note about item E, the urban county. I wanted to thank county staff who were involved in this. I had brought this up with Supervisor Burns a year and a half ago about Linden Township joining, and county staff had worked with the township to make sure the timing is right and they could get in the second year of this. So I very much appreciate them working with Linden Township to make this happen. So that's just a comment.
Yeah, it's very exciting. My hope is that we can get all of the remaining townships that are maybe watching at home and wait for the camera to get back on me. We want to know that to the remaining townships that haven't joined Urban County yet, we would love to get everybody in Urban County. We're almost there. There's only a few that have not joined. So keep an eye out. We'll be reaching out to you. Okay. Great. Anybody else for any of those? Commissioner Labar.
Chair, I just want to check. I don't think item C was pulled. Is it correct?
It was not. Are you trying to pull it?
Nope. I just wanted to comment on it then, just to welcome incoming Director Gibbons, and appreciate the staff for the work they've done. If you recall, at the end of 2018, the creation of the Environmental Council was sort of a last minute addition to the final board meeting, and look where we've gone coming up 6 years in terms of the work of that council, in terms of the work of the plan and staffing it. You know, I think that's meaningful, and appreciate all the work.
We appreciate it. Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you. I have a comment on one and question on another.
Let's do it.
My
Floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you. My comment is on the above midpoint hire. I think the first part of what I want to say is I'm very excited to see Beth, you know, considered for us to approve tonight. Welcome, Beth. Are you still here? Hi, Beth. You're behind the podium. And I'm very excited to be working with you as member of the Environmental Council. I think this is an exciting opportunity for you to help get something going off the ground, and to somebody lower that podium for me now. I was just joking. To get something going off the ground that's going to do really good work for our community. You have the connections in the community that you already need. And I think this will really help you to build off of that, to grow into this role and to build an office. Obviously there's other resources that, you know, we need to get spent to hire another person to join you in that office. And I'm hoping that as commissioners, we can also roll up our sleeves and get a third position hired, which is really was the, you know, ultimately our goal was to get 3 positions hired for this office, and we only were able to fund 2. So we still have work to do to get that third position funded. So thank you for being willing to do this, and welcome to the team. Glad to have you. I do just want to make a comment though, bigger picture. This has nothing to do with you, Beth. So don't take it as anything directed towards you, but I do just want to mention in the context, broader context of, I know we're still in negotiations with our labor friends in AFSCME in particular. And, you know, this is an above midpoint hire at a time when we are still in contract negotiations and trying to figure things out with the rest of our workers. And so I just want to be sensitive to how that looks for our organization as we go into that negotiating room, and understand that, you know, I think there is a justified frustration when, you know, people in director roles are coming in, and this is not about Beth because this is not the only position that this has happened. But we just need to be sensitive to that when we're going into the room and negotiating with our staff, and understand that I think that there's a feeling of people are watching this, and I think we need to take care of our whole staff and make sure that everybody feels that they're getting adequately compensated for the work that they're doing.
All right. That's it. You have a question too, right? I think you said you had 2 things.
Yeah. I do have a question on item H. This is the MI Affordable Healthy Homes proposal.
Yeah.
Was this like a staff initiated thing or commissioner initiated?
We have that presentation from Linda Edwards Brown at working session 2 meetings ago, I think. Do you remember?
Right.
You remember? It was that, yeah.
Okay. Okay, all right, I got you. I was trying to find further information on it online, and it looks like their website's not working or something, so. Okay.
We got a response.
Yeah, Commissioner, there's actually a weird paywall issue. If you look it up on your phone, it will work. If you look it up on the county website, it doesn't work. So I had the same issue when I was looking up information.
That's very helpful, thank you.
Of course, yeah, the MEDC is a part of the group that is in support of this proposal.
That doesn't necessarily help me with it.
I know.
Okay.
What are you looking for?
No, that's it. I think I'm good. I just wanted to make sure I understood what this was, but it's helpful to remember that it was something that Linda presented on.
All right. Anybody else? Like I saw a hand. Was Commissioner Sanders putting a hand up? No. Okay. I'm gonna Before I call for the vote on it, I'm just gonna say one comment about the supplemental, just so everybody has context in case I didn't have a chance to see it. It's just calling on the state legislature to pass Senate bills 401, 402, 403, and 404, which is the Michigan Voting Rights Act. The hope is that that would happen before the end of this year's legislative session. Quick summary on that is it builds on a lot of the work over the last several years to expand voting rights in Michigan and to protect against voter suppression. It offers additional legal tools for voters to fight discrimination, expands language access for voters with limited English proficiency, creates a data institute to store and publish election and demographic data to foster more transparent, evidence-based best practices for election administration. So that's what that one is. If there are no other comments about anything, this one is a roll call vote.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Fantastic. Most resolutions have been passed now. Beth, welcome to the Washtenaw County family. I'd like for you to come to the podium and say a few things.
Oh, good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for that vote of confidence. And for me, this is absolutely an honor to be joining Washtenaw County in this new role in a new office. I've been working in climate adaptation, climate resilience for well over a decade, going on 2 decades, and the opportunity to bring the experience that I have working regionally, nationally, and beyond back to focusing where I live in my home is such an honor. I'm so glad for the investment in this work, in this office, and now to get to be part of the team. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome to the Washtenaw family. Excellent. Alrighty, there was one other thing coming up here. No, that's it. We did it. We passed that. That's great. We're moving right along here. All right, we're gonna go now to single read item A, which was pulled. Before we get into discussion on item A, I want to point out that in case there might be some confusion around the unallocated community priority fund dollars. Thank you to Commissioner Beaman for pointing this out. Really helpful to be able to talk about this ahead of time. The number appears in 2 spots because that second bullet point is just about having to reclassify the dollars. So it becomes lost revenue, so then we can reclassify it. The numbers all add up. You're not counting that number 2 times. It just appears there under that. It's the 3rd bullet point under A. It's there because we have to reclassify the dollars. Okay. With that, let's I see Crystal approaching. Let's bring them slides up. Let's bring up them new slides.
We are revisiting the internal and external project slides.
Yes, we are. I think there's a lot of excitement in the hallway, so we are
Okay.
shutting the doors. You're wondering why there is a delay.
Thank you. So we were able to, I and other members of our ARPA strategic team were able to go back and verify our math and make some adjustments. So what you see is an accurate representation of internal projects. They equal about $42.4 million or 59.6%, 59.4% of the total ARPA allocation. If you hover, if you're in the live action link that updated in real time, you can hover over each section and see what each internal project comes to. The 2 numbers between internal and external do now equal the total amount of our ARPA allocation. So what we found, thank you for pointing out for us, Commissioner Scott, was duplication, yes, of the Eastside Rec project allocation, as well as duplication of the facilities project. We actually found that we were missing one line too, accessing childcare access. which was a first line. It was just showing up funny because of the app that we're using to create the graphic. So these numbers are updated. They are accurate. We're happy to send you later on the spreadsheet that these numbers are pulled from. I hope that that resolves the concern. We've got a very tight grip on where our ARPA allocation is, what the dollars are, where they've gone to. And I do apologize for the misrepresentation of the numbers, but it was a typo. It was not an intentional misrepresentation.
Thank you and to the team for so swiftly making the adjustments so we could have the conversation. Again, very grateful for that. Thank you. Friends, questions, anything? Commissioner, for real? Yeah, Commissioner Somerville?
I just like that the East Side Rec Center piece of the pie is pink.
Mm. Mm.
It is her favorite color for our viewers at home that don't know that
Not
yet.
even on purpose, but we're glad to have served.
Yeah, okay. Anything else?
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Commissioner Robbie.
I don't have questions on the slides. I have questions on the agenda item.
Oh, yeah, we're all in.
Okay.
Here for that. as
Now's the
well.
time.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so just a few things, just understanding, rewinding back. I didn't want to ask these during the working session because I knew we'd have an opportunity here to talk, but the first question I had was on the Parks and Rec East Side summer camps. You
Sure.
said one of their partners pulled out.
Yes.
What was the partner?
So it was food gatherers. Food gatherers typically provided the meals for the East Side summer camps. They were doing it with some federal dollars. They were filling a gap during COVID. And what it looks like happened is the school districts have stepped in to provide those meals to their students specifically. And so food gatherers no longer had the capacity to provide in that way. However, there are lots of other food gatherers related programs that are happening all over the county through the YDL. They've got the grab and go lunches. They're just not able to provide the food for this particular program.
Okay, and so the funding that we're providing here is to cover this summer?
Just this summer, correct.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. And then this $41,375 for the storage, staffing and storage,
Correct.
is that relating to item B?
Adjacent to item B, what I'll say is that the MSSI in its original orientation is very different than what it evolved to be. So because of the changing federal guidelines around spend down dates and programmatic dollars, we initially thought we would have to have all ARPA dollars related to the MSSI spent down in December of this year. That is no longer the case. We've got until 2026. It's a very viable program. There seems to be interest in extending eventually past 2026, but we did not budget through 2026. So this just over $40,000 will help cover both the staffing cost past and then the MSSI storage as well.
So it's covering part of the cost of the storage?
Correct.
Not the whole cost?
Not the
Okay.
whole cost. The budget in its total is helping with the budget of that project in its totality.
That's helpful. Is that item earmarked to coincide with item B? Or can that vehicle storage money be used for a build out of a county facility?
So I think a county facility is already being prepared for build out. There is a bay at the pole barn on Zeeb Road that will be prepared for the MSSI. We just don't anticipate that to be completed. And you've already got ARPA dollars invested in that project. I just don't anticipate that to be completed until 2026.
Okay. Thank you. Help me understand the broadband project manager.
Sure. So DCI, well, I guess, do you have a specific question related to?
I don't even know what it is.
Oh, so your broadband infrastructure investment requires project management. It is a very large scale infrastructure improvement project. And so we have secured DCS Technologies through an RFP process to manage that project. They have been the manager of that project since the very beginning. And there's been a couple minor hiccups that they've managed us through and led us through. And in order to push that project to completion, which is 2026, it will require some additional funding. And this provides us the opportunity to allocate that additional funding. But the relationship with DCS has been amazing. Chris Scherer is his name, has created some really impactful tools to track the projects. Are there other questions or is there anything else I can answer related to that one?
So just more specifically, they're project managing on behalf of the county for the broadband build out on the
Correct.
west side.
Yes.
And the additional dollars will get us what? 390,000 will get us,
The comprehensive conclusion of this project under their leadership.
what would we have done had we not had that $390,000?
I can't give you a guaranteed answer to that. We would
Maybe
have had to find a
maybe-
different.
You would have missed some homes,
That's- we
correct?
would- yeah, we
Yeah,
would
we
have
would have
to-
missed some of we wouldn't have connected every home in the county. Commissioner Beaman is very excited about
I've
this.
got it. Well, I'm just gonna chime in. So as we all know, these ARPA dollars are a gap filling project. There are state and federal grants that are filling the other spaces. We have one specific area that might not be filled, that they may go back on their contract. And it's not our dollars, this isn't ARPA dollars, but it would be a hole in the county when we're trying to go edge to edge. And so one of the things Chris has done is looked for additional outside dollars. So not dollars from Washtenaw County, but outside dollars that could patch this hole so that we're not leaving basically an entire community without broadband because of the failure of another government. There we go.
Huh. Sounds like there's a fun story there.
You want to jump in now on this?
So with the original ARPA rules, we thought the contract with the broadband project manager would have to be spent by 12/31/24. With the FAQs, we've learned you extend those ARPA funds till 2026. What we are going to have to do is figure out how to pay for the broadband project manager outside of ARPA funds to get it done. And so because we can extend it now, we don't have to find general fund dollars to keep that project going. So that's
Okay.
why things changed.
That makes some sense. Thank you. Side question relating to broadband. How does it, and maybe Commissioner Beaman can help me answer this, but how does it work once somebody's connected to broadband? Like, what do they pay for the broadband service?
They'll still pay for whatever internet broadband service that they would have subscribed to through the available provider. They'll be not charged any more or less. They have to be tied to whatever rates are available at that provider. So it's just like if you at your home were to subscribe to the broadband that's available to you.
These are dollars to get the infrastructure built because for homes that just could not happen. Yeah, Commissioner Beaman is.
So I just want to interject that these are traditionally smaller companies. So these aren't the big guys. The big guys were not interested at all. So these are mostly homegrown internet providers, local internet providers, not the big guys. I'm not gonna call them out because there are some that are good. There's some that are not. So the dollars have gone to like MEC and others that again are just very smaller grassroots.
Administrator Dill wants to get in here.
And I just want to underscore Commissioner Beaman's point. We did reach out to those larger service providers at the beginning, and they made it very, very clear to us that they had no desire and did not see the appropriate return on their investment.
Commissioner Maciejewski, were you trying to jump in on the broadband? Everybody's excited about broadband. I mean, I'm excited about it too. Chris has been great to work.
He really is.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point I was gonna make. Chris has been instrumental to getting this project to be in its, what I would consider a pretty advanced stage at this point. Facilitating and coordinating all the different players, the different payers, working with members of the community, resolving issues. We would not be anywhere near where we are without the work of Chris Scherer. And I do believe though that, and I wanted to ask, there are additional links of fiber that are being added that initially, like 3 or 4 years ago, weren't on the map, that we've identified kind of going through it, because Chris did the inventory of the entire county. And there have been a few pieces here and there. Commissioner Beaman has referred to gaps, right? So we found a few pieces here and there that have been added in as well. But Chris's work has been instrumental to getting this project moving.
All right, Administrator Dill, go ahead.
Yeah, just to layer on that one as well, we would not have recognized those gaps without Chris's leadership. And candidly, our build out in our community, our county would have suffered without his leadership. So I'm super supportive of the work that he has produced to this point.
All right, Commissioner Sanders, I apologize. I didn't understand that your question was broadband related. I wouldn't have made you wait as long.
This was really just a curiosity question. It's so this organization that we're speaking about for broadband, they would be the ones that we would go to sort of research the earlier residential concerns that were brought to our attention. Okay,
You should have
was
that
it.
information, sure.
That was it.
Okay. I
Thank
want to
you.
make sure, okay, Commissioner Scott is in the queue for non-broadband related questions. No one else is in the queue yet. I didn't forget about you, but yeah. I just want to make sure, give me some eye contact or a non-verbal friend so I can get you in the queue. I want to let Commissioner Robbie continue his questioning. I almost said interrogation.
Interrogation, questioning, interchangeable sometimes with me, but practicing democracy. So at some point, it would be helpful, I think, for me to understand just how this works financially with residents, because I get that as a Comcast payer, I'm paying partially for the creation and maintenance of infrastructure of the system. In this case, the taxpayers have paid for the creation of the infrastructure. And so I would, I don't know this for sure, but I would expect that if I was a resident paying for service, that I would be paying for any kind of maintenance that needed to happen on the system, maybe some additional costs, but not for the actual build out of the system.
Right.
And so I just want to understand the financials of what the bills look like. And if do we have any controls over what these companies can charge people? I want to understand how this all works and who owns the system, because I care about what ultimately, like the consumer protections that should be in place for a system that we, the people, invested in. I wouldn't want a private company to then be able to charge somebody an exorbitant rate for a system that they did not build with their dollars. So I just want to understand the finances of that at some point. Doesn't have to.
So I think Commissioner Somerville is going to attempt to answer that.
It's not really going to answer it, because I think what you're alluding to is that we're spending public dollars and there's a private benefit here. There was funding in the state budget last year or 2 years ago that was set aside to help expand access, but like not the actual like fiber part of it, but the actual like getting connected and subsidizing the cost both in rural and urban areas, because we have a lot of folks in urban areas that can't get access to services because of the cost associated. So I'm not sure where, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's a organization that operates in Washtenaw County, the broadband. Yes, and I think they're aware of that. And if they're not, I am happy to provide more information at a later time, because I can get all of that information. It's a valid point and criticism of how we do things in this country. I just don't think we can fix that, unfortunately.
Well,
Commissioner Beeman, I think, is going to try to answer.
All I was going to say was that my residents who live literally just across the border. So I live in an area that is served. They live in an area that is not. Their hookup fee was less than mine. Their monthly fee is less than mine. Their speed is faster than mine, and their fiber is better than mine. And so I'm just a few miles away and I'm jealous. I'm very, very jealous.
Yeah,
I guess, so for me, that's great to hear. Obviously, I think that's what it should be if we're making that investment. And I guess what I always look for in situations like this is what is there to stop companies from charging people more? Do we have anything like that in place? And if not, is there a means to do something like that? And to Commissioner Somerville's point, I think that there is something that we can, this is now totally sort of not germane to the current topic, but at one point the county did build a fiber network among its buildings. Other communities do have publicly owned fiber networks that are owned and controlled by the public. and benefit, private individuals, through that system, but are publicly owned ultimately. So I think that there are models out there it's too late now, but there's possible to do that is my point. Now that we are where we are, I just think I would like to understand what controls we have in place that are consumer protection controls, given the investments that we made. It's good to hear that people are currently getting better service for a lower rate. That's what it should be, but we can have a further conversation later on that.
Okay. So what I'm hearing from you is you want to have a better understanding of the financial implications for residents as related to kind of the county subsidy. You want to make sure that there's language in place to ensure that there's not price gouging of residents. I can say that there's language included in the vendor contracts that does guarantee speeds, that talks about how much they can pay and not pay. So we can review all of that. We can bring
great.
information back.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful. I would love to see that. I do have one more.
Is it broadband related?
No.
Okay,
Can
well,
wait.
just hold on a second. Does anybody have anything else to say about broadband? Commissioner, I see him. All right, Commissioner Beeman.
All right, so mine is actually related around the affordability. I am concerned that this is going away, as it was a big push and movement as a part of this. So if it's going away from ARPA funds, are there other areas that we can explore to just bring this back? Because affordability is an issue, even with, some of these vendors coming in at a lower price that can still be outside of someone's budget. And then in addition to that, while the big companies have these plans and things in place that help people who are of a certain income level, the problem is if they fall behind on a very minimal monthly payment for the service, they're disconnected. And they have to pay not an exorbitant, but a hefty reconnection fee. And so that is something that I'm greatly concerned about, because it's easy. It can happen just as simply as your card gets stolen and it was an automatic bill to this and et cetera. And so you missed a payment and now all of a sudden you have to pay this high fee to get reconnected. So the affordability piece, whether it be monthly connections, reconnections, that's important, and it's appearing to completely go away in this new reallocation. So I'm just wondering what we can.
Administrator Doe has an answer because there is a strategy around continuing.
Yeah, we are working on that strategy and we'll bring it back to the board. I just wanted to simply say that we have not forgotten about the affordability component. So you can expect us to bring you back some kind of recommendation in the very near future.
Okay, Commissioner Scott had a broadband question.
I think my point, I have other questions too, but you just want me to focus on broadband and then.
I'm trying to wrap up broadband and then let him get back to what he was doing, and then I got you in the queue. You're second after.
I won't say anything else other than broadband, but I do want to just drive home some of that point that Commissioner Beeman was making when we first brought this broadband issue to the table.
Yeah.
I had a big thing about affordability and wanting to keep it affordable for everybody in the county. And I know maybe when we're like thinking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, people need food, people need a place to live, but once you're in a place to live, I think that broadband, we largely established that this is a utility now, like electricity and having water running to the place you're living. And that was really driven home in COVID when kids couldn't necessarily go to school, and we needed that broadband there, and how helpful it is. We've been talking a lot about senior health. We know there's a lot more televisits that are happening. And so it's something for us to definitely have to think about how we continue to try to support affordability and support our residents. That utility is no good if they can't afford to use it. So just being an echo chamber for Commissioner Beeman's point, and just to harken back to when we started this whole conversation, that was a big thing for me. And at the time I recognized we had a lot of work to do, but I wish that we had allocated more for affordability and something else to keep on our radar. I'll keep the rest of my comments till it's my turn.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, Commissioner Robbie, let's wrap you up here. What else you got?
Thank you. Um, uh, So I wanted to, the Dorsey Estates one, maybe Commissioner Somerville can explain this one, but I think I understand generally. This is adding money for down payment assistance. We already had money allocated for that purpose. And Dorsey Estates, Nathan explained all this to me too at one point, but it's a very unique setup that you're gonna have in Ypsilanti there. Can you explain to me again why the down payment assistance is such an important component of that?
Commissioner Somerville, you got it?
I think so. The down payment assistance was built into how they got the cost down for the mortgages. So when the project was being negotiated with the city, there's a community benefits process. Part of that resulted in a requirement for a number of the units to be affordable. In an effort to have at least 4 units that are 40% of the area median, that would be affordable for somebody that's at 40% of the local AMI. There needed to be more private dollars thrown in to lower the cost, which the county did, a separate resolution that was highlighted earlier tonight. But the other factor that was built into this was the actual sale of the properties, if that makes sense. So in order to complete the project, some of those need to be sold. And in order to ensure that some of those can actually sell and people can actually afford them, we need to provide, substantial down payment assistance.
So in terms of this question, what does this additional money get us?
This
We
additional.
already were giving money for down payment assistance.
So-
Does this help like those 4 more houses? Is it what?
No.
The estimates were wrong.
That's not actually, well, there, 2 separate things happened. The county in 2022 gave a higher amount of funding, a lump sum to keep the cost down.
Oh, Tony's approaching.
From that.
Tony's coming to answer unless you want to continue.
Commissioner Somerville was on a
Yeah,
roll.
she's
there.
on a roll. Sorry.
Separately from that, like built into the whole like overall formula is actually selling each parcel too. In order to, it's a very unique site.
That's right.
I have not found another one where there's an opportunity for somebody who meets a 40% AMI criteria to be able to have an opportunity to buy, get a mortgage and buy a home at an affordable rate. And so this is a very unique project. It took a lot of creative solutions to make it all work, make the math work. And the down payment assistance was part of that. And I'll stop talking so Tony can share.
And so it isn't necessarily additional funds. It was the funds that were originally promised that during the process of the ARPA funding got reallocated somewhere else. We're just reallocating them back to what was originally promised to Renovare. One of the interesting things about the down payment assistance way that we have it planned out with the formula is that it won't just help the original family, the first family that purchases the units the first time. A percentage of that down payment assistance will remain with the actual house so that future buyers, when they come forward, it'll be like a credit when they're at closing. And so it'll allow for the continuity and sustainability of affordable housing with this project years into the future. And so the longer you stay with the house and own the house, the greater percentage you as the owner will get to take with you at closing, but always a percentage of that original DPA through a credit formula will get to stay with the unit to ensure affordable housing, hopefully way into the future.
Thank you, Tony, and Commissioner Somerville. That's obviously, that's a feature that I think is very important about these properties, is not just thinking about the person buying the house now, but thinking about when the next person comes in, because these are public investments and we want to make sure that this is a benefit to the public moving forward for the long term. So thank you for explaining that. I have one more question.
Well, hold on a second, Commissioner Somerville, did you have
Oh,
something else?
yeah, I just wanted to respond to that and the point that Tony just made, which, since you brought it up, I'll highlight. When we were negotiating the community benefits, we built in permanent affordability for the half of the units that are subsidized. And so the way that I sometimes explain it to people who are familiar with how a community land trust would work, it's almost like a community land trust because we've built in the affordability long-term. And so, yeah, thank you for highlighting that, Tony, because that's one of the, additional unique elements of the project that I think sets us aside from many other, housing developments, especially housing developments with this much public dollars going in. So, thanks.
Did anybody else have Dorsey Estates related questions? Was yours that? Oh, okay. I should have did it topic by topic instead of. It's too late now. Yeah, I didn't think that went through all the way. All right, what do you got next? That's very kind of you. Commissioner Scott.
Well, thank you very much. I have two sets of questions. I should have gotten this in earlier when Commissioner Robbie was asking about the MSSI staffing and vehicle storage. And he was asking about B.
Yeah.
What I'm just wondering is if you can, anybody can tell me the breakdown of the staffing and storage.
We have that. We can get that email to you ASAP.
Did we get that and I missed it?
No.
Oh.
I'm saying we have that information and can provide that information to you.
Do we have it?
They will get it. Brady is approaching.
Yeah, I would be interested. I'm asking, for thinking about, voting purposes.
So I don't have an exact breakdown, but I would say that all of the money that is reallocated in item A would likely go to staffing. Because the initial guidance that we got from Treasury was that positions that were created by the county could not be funded after 12/31/24. And so the initial plan was for the positions to end ARPA funding at the end of this year. And within the last 3 to 4 months, Treasury came out with new guidance that positions created within the local governments could actually be funded through 12/31/2026. That additional guidance is the reason for the request to reallocate that money to the MSSI, is so that we can fund those positions through the end of ARPA.
Brady, I might have missed it then in B because I didn't actually see anywhere what the lease price was.
I don't have the total lease price off the top of my head. Believe I'd have to get that information when I can do that right now, and we can discuss that when we get to that item.
Okay. I would be interested in, because I guess then that's a thing maybe for then B is, it's difficult for me to be asked to sign authorization for a lease agreement that I don't know what the price is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, hopefully we can get that so we can understand what we're voting on there. Do you want to pause and see if there's any other questions on that before I go to my next?
Yeah, I do. Anybody else have anyone? Okay, because we're not on B. All right, just to be clear, we're going to get to B next. So any other questions along the lines of what Commissioner Scott already asked?
Well, I guess what I heard when Commissioner Robbie asked his questions is that A and B were sort of adjacent issues. And Commissioner Robbie just pointed out to me that I did miss it. And it's the same price as it was in the last meeting where we asked for better prices. So it's 5,000 something a month.
It hasn't changed. This is item B that is being talked about.
It's
increasing by 3%.
MSSI staffing and vehicle storage is on item A to a tune of $41,000. So you're saying I'm talking about B, but
No, I was just making it clear about the lease that
yes.
Yeah, that the lease number, the lease hasn't changed.
The lease hasn't changed, but that's what this is asking. This 41,000 is asking
me to pay that lease agreement through that 41,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was just trying to make it clear in case, so everybody knows, when we finally do vote, we're voting on A, not B. Next.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay. I'm gonna let other people ask their MSSI questions or comments.
Oh.
And then I've got something else after that.
okay, Commissioner Sanders.
So I guess my question is the funding that we're talking about outside of the original commissioner's approval for funding for the MSSI? Is it in addition to the 700 and?
Correct. It is in
Okay.
addition to the additional allocation of $729,000.
Okay,
That's it?
thank you. That's it.
Okay, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. Questions for Michelle. When I'm voting, I would like to vote no on any money going to vehicle storage. How do I do that? I'd like to vote yes on the balance of item A with one potential exception, but that is not one that I would like to support. So to that end, it would be helpful for me to know the dollar amount that's going to storage versus staffing, to Commissioner Scott's point. And if we were to know that before the vote, I believe that I have in the past, and I believe that I can under Robert's rules, vote yes on all items and separate, especially on budget items, for a separate vote on an item. But I'm wondering if I, on this item, have to vote no on all 41,000, or if I can just vote no on the vehicle storage component of that 41,000. If we have that
I think
number.
if we can get the information about how much of that 41,000 would go to storage, you would be able to vote no only against the vehicle storage portion.
Are you about to say something, Brady?
I don't know that I can give you the breakdown of what that 41,000 would go to personnel versus storage.
Do you don't think it's possible, or you need a little bit more time?
I cannot give you an actual breakdown tonight.
Okay, Commissioner Scott.
Is there an amount that is being asked for in item B?
There's no additional ask with item B. It's purely asking for the chair to sign the lease in item B.
But what about the money?
The money is the allocation, using the allocation that is already made in the MSSI.
But so here's a question.
Mhm.
That lease price is $5,167 a month.
Correct.
That is in 1 year totals more than $41,375.
Correct.
So what amount of money is being asked for in resolution B as opposed to what we're paying in resolution A?
If I could interrupt real quick, this might make it easier for everybody. There's a suggestion that we pull B and take another whack at it. Because there seems to be, the big issue seems to be around the lease. So if we pull
Was
it,
a big issue before.
yep,
It still is. Yes.
so we pull B.
Well,
Michelle?
it's already been moved and seconded. So Commissioner Scott and Commissioner LeBar, I believe, are the motion maker and seconder, would have to agree to withdraw it at this time.
Okay,
Well, I would agree.
okay, can they do that now? And we're not even discussing B, we're just discussing, we're on A right now. So do we have to finish A and then do that, or? Yeah,
Yes.
right, okay.
Okay, then I guess the question I'm gonna have is gonna go back to Commissioner Robbie. What do I do about if I am unhappy with voting for this amount of money when I don't understand the storage cost versus the staffing cost? And we don't have those numbers to pull out exactly.
Sure. Your options would be A, to vote no entirely on the package, or B, vote no on the MSSI funding right now, because we're not able to divide it out any smaller than that 41,000 right now.
Okay.
Yeah, Brady, what you got?
If I may, the money will be spent on the personnel or on the lease, one way or the other, with the MSSI project. I can tell you that definitively with the numbers that we have projected, with the cost for 2025 and 2026 between the two positions. And regardless of whether the lease is approved tonight, pulled tonight, or voted down, I believe those would be the three options. The personnel costs alone for the two positions in 25 and 26 would use up, I believe, the remainder of the allocation in addition to the $41,000.
Michelle.
So it sounds like we're able to allocate the 41,000 entirely to staffing.
I believe so.
So that would require an amendment.
Thing, I can't definitively say right now tonight. But I believe that we would spend that. And again, this item also allows the administrator to reallocate within approved programs.
Question, oh.
And that authority would allow us to, if there is any adjustments needed, move things from this program if we're not going to spend it to another program.
All right, so if that sounds accurate, and assuming that's accurate, then this is less of a worry about putting it towards storage, because it would be within authority to just keep it towards staffing. Correct?
I just want to say, Brady, I appreciate that you were being incredibly honest and saying that you cannot definitively say that this is all for staffing. And I appreciate that and honesty in that you can't definitively say that. That's meaningful to me in this moment. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions about this
No, I have another one though.
for anybody? Oh, sorry, Commissioner Light.
My ask was going to be, would it be possible that, I think for B about the lease, that it could be tabled? So that, that breakdown in information could be gathered? Could that be tabled or no?
Certainly possible. It is possible. But we're not on B yet.
But
It could be, that's one way we could handle it. We could handle it with withdrawing of the motion to move it forward, and then we would get something different later, or possibly the same thing again. I don't think so at this point. So that there are multiple ways to handle it when we get to B.
okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, Commissioner Scott.
Okay. So my second question goes to the point that Brady was just talking about the county administrator to reallocate previously board approved ARPA funding up to 10% of an allocation, or 450,000, whichever is greater, will be in alignment with board priorities. And then we'll be notified through the chair of the board with any funding to be, this is in the be it therefore resolved, with any funding to be reallocated at least 7 days ahead of reallocation within this range. I mean, we are having a discussion here about some of this money that is already been talked about and that has been board priorities, but we are still having conversation about it. So my question is, what happens if we don't like this reallocation or disagree with that reallocation? We do what? We have no recourse?
Sure.
And is that then operating and doing business in violation of the Open Meetings Act?
Michelle is thinking. Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Robbie, I had the question.
What is the purpose of this language? What is the intent?
The intent of the language is to give us some flexibility. With 5 months remaining until the end of 2024, when all of our ARPA dollars have to be obligated, the way that the board has previously voted is that any allocation has to come through the Board of Commissioners. This would allow the county to have the flexibility to reallocate dollars within categories, within projects very quickly to ensure that all of our dollars are obligated by the end of the year. There are no major projects that are anticipated at this time, but we know that things change quickly.
Commissioner Gill wants to jump in. You got to answer.
I just want to say to the board, I'm not interested in working around you all. I think we've demonstrated that we will not do that. So if it is the desire of this board to do something different other than create a maximum flexibility, I'm absolutely comfortable with that. And even if that means we have more of an opportunity, including more meetings, to discuss any changes that might be required through the end of this fiscal year. So it does not matter to me. It is the will of the board that I want to make sure that we operationalize.
Commissioner Sanders has a question about this, but Michelle has an answer. I mean, you're poised to answer go ahead, ask your question.
It's really not a question, it's just a comment that I'm comfortable with that. I mean, I've not experienced our administrator going around us in the time that I've been on the board, even when it's within his authority to do it, without having to ask for our input. And so I think this is an opportunity to avoid sort of micromanaging. I find him to be pretty transparent with us for everything else. So I'm not really sure what the issue is.
All right, Michelle has an answer to those earlier questions.
The way the cover letter is written suggests that the administrator's decision would be final. However, the administrator has just communicated that he's interested in maximum flexibility. And then to your question about the Open Meetings Act violation or the possibility of a violation, if the chair is just communicating out a decision that has been made by the administrator and communicating that to the rest of the board, it would not be an OMA violation unless there is a deliberation on that item between the board members.
And we certainly wouldn't do that. Right. Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Robbie.
If a commissioner is uncomfortable with this part of the resolution and wants to vote yes on the remaining part of the resolution, how does we want to approach that?
Well, there's always the opportunity to amend it.
For sure.
But if that does not occur, then I would suggest noting in some way that you're not comfortable with the administrator's authority to reallocate. I think it says 10% of the funds. And you could vote no on that portion.
Okay. And it is, I'm trying to find the part of the resolution that it's in here.
Right there.
This,
at the top of.
is that the whole be it further resolved clause? I would move to strike those two be it further resolved clauses.
Support.
All right, well, now we've got a discussion on this amendment here. Any discussion on that amendment? Nothing. Okay, then. Ashlyn, go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Maciejewski.
We're voting on the amendment. Yeah, let me restate it. Sorry. Yeah, let me restate what is being. The amendment is to strike the last two, therefore be resolved clauses. Is that correct, Commissioner Robbie?
Yes.
Okay.
No, not the first two. On the second page, the first two resolved clauses on the second page under the budget total that says the 10% administrator.
You want to strike, be it further resolved that to expedite appropriate spending by the requirement and deadline outlined by the U.S. Department of Treasury, the Board of Commissioners authorizes the county administrator to reallocate previously board approved ARPA funding up to 10% of an allocation or $450,000, whichever is greater. Reallocation will be in alignment with board priorities and compliance with rules from the Department of Treasury and in adherence to county procurement policies and procedures. And you also want to strike, be it further resolved that the Board of Commissioners will be notified through the chair of the board of any funding to be reallocated at least 10 days ahead of any reallocation within the range. Is that correct? Okay. Commissioner Machewski, did you want to comment now?
I've now reviewed it. I apologize. We can proceed with the vote.
Okay. We may proceed with the vote.
Commissioner Machewski.
No.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
No.
Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
No.
Commissioner Hodge.
No.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
I wasn't keeping track. Who did it pass or not? Oh, light didn't go yet.
No.
There we go. That's the ninth one. Okay. There. Okay. So that was 5 no's and 4 yeses. So motion failed. Okay. That's also an opportunity for you, Ashlyn, to say motion fails or motion passes.
Oh, motion fails.
Okay, there you go. There you go. Yeah, right. We'll get this. Okay, so that failed. All right. Any further discussion or other questions now? Because we were in the midst of questions before that, and Mimic came out of nowhere there. I'm looking at the two of you because you were both asking. Commissioner Scott and Robbie, you were in the middle. Are you done for now?
I'm done for now. I mean, I think the vote happened. There's no parliamentary reason to readdress it in my mind. Thank you.
Okay, I forgot to bang the gavel. Motion failed. Okay. Anybody over here, questions? Commissioner Sanders, you had a hand up a while back, I think. No. Anybody else? Nobody else? Okay, so now, just to be clear, we're about to vote on item A. There have been some conversation about if you don't like certain parts, how do you handle it? Do you need any refresher on that, or can I proceed to have Ashlyn call the roll on it? Yes, Commissioner Robbie.
Procedurally, I want to make sure that Ashlyn is clear about how to notate are you comfortable with how we're doing this? Like if I separate out items in the resolution that I'll be voting no on, you're comfortable with marking that? Okay, cool.
It's a roll call vote. Let's do it.
Commissioner Robbie.
All right, so I'll be a yes on the resolution. I will be a no on item on the $41,375 for MSSI staffing and vehicle storage. So I'll be a no on that line item. And I'll be a no on the both resolved clauses that we had discussed regarding the administrator's authority regarding the 10%. And then yes on the remainder of the resolution.
Michelle, you're trying to get in here.
I was just going to try and clarify. Those are the 3rd and 4th resolved clauses.
Thank you.
Clarification.
Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
I'm voting yes on the resolution. I'm voting no on the allocation for MSSI staffing and vehicle storage. And I'm voting no on the 3rd and 4th, be it therefore resolved clauses.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Motion pass. All right.
Motion passed.
There we go. Okay, we're all right. We're through A now. All right. So now we are on B. And we could do what was suggested earlier as a way to get rid of B if the motion maker and seconder want to withdraw it. That takes care of B.
I agree to withdraw it.
I concur with the agreement.
Okay, so that has taken care of item B. We will continue working on something related to that. If I am remembering correctly, those are the only 2 that were pulled. We've passed all the other resolutions. Hooray for us. All right, we're gonna move on to report from the county administrator. It looks like the first item up here is opioid planning process. Thank you for your patience, Director Loveluck. That's
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm joined by our wonderful Public Health Officer, and as she takes the mic, I just want to say to everyone, I was participating in my workout just yesterday, and I was surprised to see our Public Health Officer standing over my shoulder, making sure that things were done correctly and appropriately. So I just wanted to lift that up. But no, just wanted to say tonight she is providing us with an update on the opioid spending proposal.
Thank you, Administrator Dill. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here to provide you with a brief update on where we are with our planning related to the opioid settlement funds. And I have a few slides in here. They're coming. Okay. I can use these. Okay, great. Thank you, Ashley. So first of all, I want to make sure that everyone's aware of the resources that are available through the Michigan Association of Counties and their Opioid Resource Center. This is a great source of information and has been really helpful as we have started our planning process. They have a dashboard, as you can see here. You can look by county to see how much of the settlement funds are coming to different counties in Michigan, including Washtenaw County, as well as the various companies with which there are settlements, the expected number of payments, and many more other planning resources. So I wanted to make sure all of you were aware that this is available. And just so you know, in terms of the total there, you can see it's very small for Washtenaw County. About just under $16 million that will be coming to Washtenaw County through these settlements over the next 18 years. And if we were to average that out, even though payments are coming in different frequencies, if we were to average that out over the 18 years, that's about $887,000 per year that we will have for opioid remediation. The Michigan Association of Counties also is providing direct technical assistance free of charge to counties in Michigan, including our county. They've currently engaged with 72 counties in Michigan, assisting them with these planning efforts. And so we're really fortunate to have a wonderful technical assistance provider in Amy DeLinke through the Michigan Association of Counties, who's really been instrumental in helping us with the start of this planning process. So just real quickly, in terms of activities to date, obviously you as the Board of Commissioners approved and appointed members of a steering committee to help oversee this planning and framework for the opioid settlement funds. We have 13 members of our opioid settlement steering committee, which includes representatives from local government, including Commissioner Scott, members of public health like myself and Dr. Juan Marquez, representatives from CMH and the Sheriff's Office, as well as other individuals representing substance use providers, research and academia, our medical examiner, and very importantly, community members with lived experience. The steering committee composition really was informed by recommendations and guidance from the Michigan Association of Counties. And so we worked with them to identify members to propose for your appointment to that steering committee. We also, I just want to share, have invited members of other local municipalities to participate, not as official members of the steering committee, but to participate in our meetings, because other municipalities like the city of Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti Township, the city of Ypsilanti, Scioto Township are also receiving opioid settlement funds. And so we want to give them an opportunity to collaborate in our planning process, our needs assessment, and ultimately make a decision whether they would be interested in pooling settlement funds sort of for maximum benefit, although certainly that's not a requirement. And so the steering committee is really working on setting up this planning framework. with the idea that not only will we conduct a needs assessment, but that we will also develop recommendations around the distribution and dissemination of the funds, and thinking about, given that we have 18 years of these settlement funds, what the ongoing monitoring and oversight will look like. And all of those recommendations, of course, will be coming back to the Board of Commissioners. So as I mentioned, we've been receiving technical assistance from the Michigan Association of Counties. We also have free technical assistance from Michigan State University. They're helping us specifically with the needs assessment process. And then we, as the health department, particularly myself, Dr. Marquez, and one of our health educators, Deanna Price, have been really helping to facilitate this process, supporting the steering committee and the work around the needs assessment. We've also done a thorough review of Exhibit E, which really highlights and provides information about the allowable remediation uses. We've looked at available data as well as a current services inventory. And then, of course, as I've mentioned, the needs assessment is just starting. I'll talk about that a little bit more, but it's very important. We wanted to make sure that the process includes diverse provider, community, and lived experience perspectives. So in terms of a timeline, our needs assessment process luckily has just started this month. So we're planning a variety of focus groups and interviews, and you can see there that we're really trying to focus on people with lived experience and really engaging with individuals and community partners in a variety of settings. So with the assistance of our steering committee members, we are working on doing outreach and engaging with individuals to connect them and invite them to focus groups. And luckily, Michigan State University also has resources so that we can provide incentives to participants of focus groups. So that's also very helpful. We anticipate that the focus groups and interviews will take us through October of this year. And a final needs assessment report will be completed by Michigan State University, and we anticipate that will be ready in December, so that recommendations from the steering committee, both in terms of programmatic and service priorities, as well as a mechanism for the distribution of funds, will come back to you in January of 2025. So we were originally thinking our timeline might be a little bit shorter, but the steering committee, once we formed that steering committee and started engaging in this process, felt very committed to having a thorough needs assessment. So really focusing on, rather than necessarily getting the funds out quickly, making sure that we were getting the funds out to address the most important priorities and needs that we identify through this needs assessment process. So I think that is all I had as far as an update, but happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right. Hey, thank you. We are eager for the update. Thank you to Commissioner Scott for serving on the team. And you're on there too. Thank you, Deputy Administrator Lou, for serving on the team, and to everyone. Good work. You got any questions? No? We're waiting. Okay. This is a new thing. We're not raising hands anymore. We're just standing up. Okay. There's no questions. Commissioner or Administrator Dill.
No questions. I was going to get to the second item if there are no questions.
Employment engagement survey. Let's do it.
Commissioners, if I may, I would like to invite Cheyenne and Abby to join me in this presentation because they are co-leading this project with me. So, thank you, Ashley. We will show you the first diagnosis of the results that we received from the employee experience survey that we conducted a couple of weeks ago. So as you may recall, this initiative or the feedback gathering, it was from from June the 17th to June the 28th. I would like to stress the importance of having these kind of initiatives because organizations that care about the employee engagement, that results in a more productive workforce that in our case will lead us to delivering a high quality public services. So with that, as you may recall, we launched this survey from June the 17th to June the 28th. We launched the communication campaign on June the 11th. That included reminders from HR and also included some personalized links and reminders from Qualtrics, which is a vendor that helped us to conduct this survey. So with that, we sent the survey out to around 1,200 employees to respond to the survey, and we received feedback from 679 employees. That led us to a 56% response rate, which is great for this first round of the engagement survey. We needed around 35% of response rate to have enough data to analyze, and we were targeting to receive around 50% of the responses. So 56% for this first round, it was impressive and a good result. So as you may recall from my last presentation, this information will be gathered, or the feedback that employees gave us, it will be gathered in 5 different KPIs. These KPIs are engagement, experience versus expectations, retention, inclusion, and well-being. These KPIs will give us a holistic overview of the employee engagement and will help us to address the pain points that we may identify in the organization. Remember that the survey included the assessment of 25 engagement drivers, but these 5 KPIs will help us to focus on the most important things, and we will use these other 25 engagement drivers as leverage to move the needle on engagement. So what were the results of these 5 KPIs for the organization? So the first one, engagement. We had a rating of 61% favorable responses. That puts us 12 points below the global benchmark. And let me clarify what global benchmark means. Global benchmark is the data that Qualtrics has from their customers, and this includes private sector, and also they work with other governments. So this is a standard, and our engagement level, it was rated 12 points below this global benchmark. Experience versus expectations. I would like to pause here on how we should read this metric. So 22% of favorable responses, that means that this 22% of employees, they said that working for this organization exceeded their expectations. But also we have to consider the gray area that represents 47% of employees that said that working for this organization met their expectation. So in this case, we have a 69% of employees that said that either working for this organization met or surpassed their expectations. So this is a good metric for us. Intent to stay, this is the one that we rated higher compared with the global benchmark. We rated at 65%. That means that 65% of our respondents intend to stay in this organization for 3 or more years. I will walk you through these results a little deeper in the next slides. Inclusion, we rated at 60%. That show us that most of our employees, they believe that everyone can succeed in this organization to their full potential, regardless of their background, gender, or race. However, there is a different perspective depending on our employees' gender, and I will walk you through that in my next slides. And well-being, well, that covers how safe and how secure our employees feel working by this organization, and we rated at 63%, 13 points below the global benchmark. So with that, this is the overall of our KPIs. We analyzed this data by having a first breakdown, and the first breakdown that we analyzed, it was by tenure. What you can see here is that our engagement level, it decreases over time. So our employees with 1 year or less of tenure, they are our most engaged employees, second by our most senior employees, those who have been with us for 25 or more years, those who are closer to retirement, they are the second most engaged group. So what this tells us is that, or what this suggests is that we are doing a good job on onboarding and attracting people, but we need to identify that those factors that they may be causing that the engagement decreases over time. Specifically, and as you can see, after the 5th year of employment, the engagement decreases significantly. Now, the other point to highlight here, and this is something that we need to keep analyzing with the department heads, is the intent to stay. As you can see, our most engaged groups in terms of tenure, they do not expect to work for this organization for less than 1 year. So our most engaged employees, they are not intending to stay with us for a long time, whereas the least engaged employees, they are planning to stay here for 3 years or longer. So this is interesting. We need to take a deeper dive with the department heads to identify what is causing this, but most importantly, what is happening after the 5th year of employment of our employees to cause this situation where the engagement decreases significantly. Now, the second breakdown that we analyzed, it was by gender. So as you can see here, engagement is equal between female and male employees at 61%. Something to highlight here is that we received almost twice as many responses from female employees than from male employees. We received 436 responses from female employees and 243 responses from male employees. So the engagement level is equal between female and male employees. However, males, they report slightly higher scores on experience versus expectations, as well as the intent to stay. So we took a second deeper dive on this analysis, and we saw that probably what it is causing this is that the perception of the growth and development opportunities is lower for female employees, as well as the pay and benefits. Both metrics are low for the organizations, but the perception of female employees is even lower compared with the perception of male employees. Again, this is just the first picture of the analysis. We need to take more analysis with the department heads, specifically to the departments, to identify what are the root causes of this situation. Now, but not everything is bad news. These are the good news and things to celebrate. These are the areas of strength, areas where our organization rated the highest. The first one is trust in their managers. That means that most of our employees, they trust their immediate supervisor. Something to highlight, and you will see it later, this is not the case as the trust that they have for the executive or senior leadership. When I say senior leadership, is department heads and above, basically the group of people that make decisions in this organization. So our people trust their immediate supervisors, but not at the same level as the leadership team. The other area that we rated highly, it was respect. 79% of our employees gave us feedback that they feel respected in this organization, and that placed us only 5 points below the global benchmark. Safety, it was also a high rated area. It was at 78%. Obviously, there are some of our employees that they are exposed to different situations, or their duties require them to be exposed to other circumstances, not as comfortable as being in your office, and that impacted the result of this safety measure. The other one is performance and accountability. Most of our employees have a clear understanding of what is expected from them in this organization, and that rated at 78%. The next area is engagement, but this engagement, it is not as a KPI, this is more as a driver of engagement. We rated at 78% because most of our employees have the perception that their work gives them a feeling of personal accomplishment in this organization. This is good. And collaboration. 78% of our employees, they have the perception that they experience good collaboration within their departments. This is not the same perception that they have across departments. So this is again the perception. Within their immediate teams, they have the perception of good collaboration. This is not the situation across departments. So there is work to do for us as department heads to have more collaboration across departments to change this perception. Now, in this next slide, I want to show you what Qualtrics did. They grouped the comments that our employees gave us in the open-ended questions, and they grouped this feedback by topics. And what you are seeing in this slide is these are the top 5 topics that were mentioned the most by our employees in the open-ended questions. Something to highlight here. You will see topics mentioned in the positive comments, but you will see those topics mentioned as well in the negative topics. The difference is the number of comments or similar comments that we received. So for example, leadership was the most mentioned topic in the positive comments. 81% of our employees talk positively about the leadership that they experience in this organization. The second one was pay and benefits. We received 75 positive comments. Resources, we received 56. Brand and reputation of our organization, we received 55 positive comments, and performance and development, 46 comments on these topics. On the other hand, these are the areas that we rated with low or least favorable ratings. The first one, it was survey follow-up, and this is natural. The last survey that we conducted, it was back in 28, and the perception of our employees, it was that there was not a positive change after that survey. So the perception of our workforce is that there won't be a positive change after this survey. So this is up to us and to the department heads to change this perception. The second one was pay and benefits. Our employees think that they are not paid fairly for the job that they do. Communication, they don't perceive that there is an open and honest communication within the organization. Probably this is caused because we also have the perception that, or our employees have the perception that there is not enough collaboration among departments. Ethics, and I want to apologize because in your packet, you will see a different percentage. You will see a 35%. This was a typo. It has to be 46%. It is not that low, but it is low in comparison with the government benchmark. We rated 27 points below the government benchmark. And this is concerning because our employees, they have the perception that at this organization, everyone is not held at the same ethical standards. So we have work to do there as well. And as I mentioned before, trust in leadership. When I say leadership, this is not the administrator of the county. This is department heads and above, people that the people that we make the decisions for this organization. Our employees, they don't have confidence in this group of people to make the right decisions for this organization. This may be caused as well because of the perception of lack of communication and the collaboration among departments. So these are the topics that need our immediate attention. On the same thought, these are the top 5 topics where our employees gave the most of their negative comments in the open-ended questions. The first one, and the one that we received more comments or more negative comments, was pay and benefits with 176 negative comments. Second was leadership with 167 negative comments. Resources with 122 negative comments. Basically here in resources, the sentiment of our employees is that in some departments, they feel understaffed, so they feel that they don't have enough resources to perform their jobs properly. Execution, we received 114 negative comments. With execution, what the comments that were expressed is that the communication, not most of the time, it does not cascade to all the levels in the organization. As you can see, one of the comments, they are asking for more meetings with their department heads at least once a month. So this is something that we need to pay attention to. And last but not least, performance and development. We received 104 negative comments on that topic. So as I mentioned at the beginning, this is the first glance of the analysis. We have to start now the heavy lifting of this project, which is analyzing the results by department and collaborating with department heads to create action plans that could take us to better levels of engagement. And to explain the next steps, Abid will help us to briefly explain what are we going to do next as a department.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. We've collected a lot of very valuable data through this survey, but the true value of that data won't be realized until we do something about it. So with that, our team has developed an action plan to address the items that we need to address identified in the survey. We call it our 1, 2, 3 plan. The county overall will select one focus area. We'll choose 2 action items to address that focus area, and we'll meet about it 3 times. At the same time, each department head will identify one focus area specific to their department, and they will develop 2 action items to address the overall county focus area and 2 action items specific to their department's focus area. They'll then go on to meet with human resources and leadership 3 times throughout their action planning process to keep track of where we are with each department. Here's an action planning template sample that we'll ask the department heads to use. In this fictitious situation, our focus area is experience versus expectations. This department head has decided that they're going to communicate more proactively throughout the hiring process and then conduct a follow-up survey after the probationary period. And they've set meeting times with human resources for August 2nd, September 6th, and October 4th, 2024. It's our action plan. Thank you very much. Any questions?
So that concludes our presentation. I'm Marticom, and we're happy to address your questions.
All right. Thank you. It was a good presentation. Even the bad news, you delivered well. Commissioner Beeman, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for this presentation and all the work that goes into this. During my day job, I do surveys and studies, and so I know how much of a lift this is, so I really appreciate it. My one concern relates to, I have many concerns, but the biggest one at the moment is in that last slide with the 1, 2, 3 plan. It was saying that the department head is going to select a topic. However, the survey's showing they don't have a lot of faith in their department heads. So is there a way that those topics could be influenced by the employees or the survey or something? Again, if there's distrust, I don't think they're going to trust their department head to pick the right item to work on.
Right, great question, Commissioner. And I would like to first clarify that when the employees say that they don't trust in the leadership team, it is not only their department head. It is all department heads and the group of people that take decisions for this organization as a group, not only their department head. So we could have cases where teams, they trust their department heads, but not the group of leadership. That may be the case. So it is a great question, and this is a great opportunity for department heads, if that is the case, to show real interest into improving the engagement and the working conditions for their employees to change that perception. Most importantly, because the area that was rated with a lower grade, it was survey follow-up. So we have to show commitment to our employees that we will do something with the responses and the feedback that they gave us. But yes, the responsibility will rely on the department head, and of course, they will be supported by HR. We already scheduled the first meetings to walk them through their own results. Needs will be different depending on the department, so that's why we don't want to create one solution to fit them all. because there will be different needs from department to department. The next step could also include focus groups with people from the departments to get more insight, more data of what is happening and to better understand this diagnosis. And with that, we can create more effective action plans.
I guess my follow-up to that, which is maybe a little more straightforward, is will you be guiding them through the process? Maybe suggesting a little bit.
Yes, not only me, also this tool that we acquired with Qualtrics. The analysis that they use when the system identifies the key factor that can help the department or the organization to improve the engagement level, it gives you different options or different ideas on how to address the problem. So yes, to your question, yes, HR will support the department heads, but also we have this great resource that we purchased to have an additional support for department heads. Thank you.
Anybody else, friends? Commissioner Machieski.
Thank you, Chair. So I would double down on the idea of, I think if you really want to see change, you need to have employees coming up with ideas and establishing what those goals are to really get them to own it. I have faith in staff, especially in an organization that is essentially very human services driven, that they want to work at a place that's successful.
Right.
And they want to have impact. And I think if you're transparent and you bring them the results of this survey and say, this is how we want to approach it, that they will come up with an approach that they will own and they will actively try and achieve. I'm curious about engagement.
Yes.
In a hybrid work environment now, it's really difficult to engage people on a regular basis. Video is a tool. In person, I think, is much more productive in terms of engagement. But I'm wondering if you see a difference between age groups in engagement. I think there's a school of thought out there that the younger employees, the group that's under the age of 30, the reality is they really want engagement. And they don't want to say, well, we'll meet next Thursday on this, and then they're much more immediate.
Right.
That's the way they process information. They've been trained by these things to get immediate feedback. And I think a hybrid work environment makes that really difficult.
Right.
Not suggesting that I don't want to make this a hybrid working environment discussion, but the idea that there needs to be engagement, right? On a regular basis, I think. So did you see any differences in the results between age demographics?
Yes, this is a great question, Commissioner. Yes, we have that breakdown. And what it shows is that, again, our most engaged groups are those who are younger than 25 years and those who are older than 65 years. Now, the tendency in between, it is not as clear as it is with tenure, which is straightforward, and it decreases over time. With age groups, it goes up and down, but the only correlation that we see with tenure is that both ends of the spectrum are the most engaged ones. The younger employees and the not so younger employees in the organization, they are the most engaged. Thank you.
If I may, just Guillermo, just to lean into Commissioner Machieski's comment. Yeah, it's like you were in our meeting today. We had our executive team meeting and we had that very conversation today. The impacts of the remote work environment, not just on engagement, but on satisfaction with the work, et cetera, et cetera. So we had that discussion today. It was really, I think, a generative conversation, and we are planning to continue to develop some responses, some action steps associated with that.
Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. Just to uplift what was already said by my colleagues, I think the first thing I want to say is that it is this presentation and the way, just the way that you guys put it together. I think it's incredibly important for us to not sugarcoat this. This is bad. And I think it's okay for us to accept that it's bad. And I think the way that you guys presented it is, is good. Like you weren't trying to sugarcoat it. Like clearly there's a lot of areas for improvement here. And that's, I think, the first step in improving things is making that acknowledgement that we have work to do.
Yes.
And so I think that's good. And that should be our mentality. The mentality should not be, let's defend the good work we've done. The mentality should be, we've got a lot to improve on. How do we get better? And it sounds like that's already where you are, which is good. I really am, I want to underscore just a couple things that were already said. Employee participation in this process, obviously with the lack of trust in the upper echelons of leadership, needs to be there. This should, even though it's their job partially, this should not be entirely driven by department heads. This should, the staff really need to be involved in the process here. The fact that the survey follow-up one is so bad, I think tracks with it. That's bad. That's bad. And we need to prove to our employees that we are listening and that this survey will have results. And I think that will improve ultimately the engagement side. I think part of why people don't engage is because the follow-up numbers speak for themselves. And I think people are just like, why would I take the time to fill this out? Nothing's going to happen. So I think if we actually show that, hey, something is going to happen, then those numbers will improve. The question I had though is, what is our plan? So you have a plan, you have a template for action steps, which needs improvement, as my two colleagues have just mentioned. But is there a plan for re-engaging the employees in a survey like this after a period of time? And what is that period of time to evaluate whether the changes we've made have worked?
Great question, Commissioner. First, I would like to say that I totally agree with you that it is bad that our employees, they don't trust that they will see an improvement after this. But I think that this is the easiest topic to address, and it only requires the leadership team to genuinely engage and commit to improve the working conditions for their employees. So yes, the result of that topic was low, but I think that it is easy to address immediately. To your second question, yes, with this system, we have the ability to conduct follow-up surveys as much as we need to. There should be a healthy balance, because asking employees the same questions again and again in short periods of time, that may lead us to a bad result. So I would say we can have a check-in point after 6 months, because the next survey, it will happen in 1 year. So June 2025, we will have the general second survey for the entire organization. But if one department decides to have a follow-up survey after 6 months, we can totally do it. And this system allows us to do so.
Okay. I think in particular, I'd be curious on the pay and benefits one. Hopefully we don't go the rest of the year without having union contracts, but once those are done, I'd be interested to know how employees respond to that with that category. Just to be clear, the last question I have on this is, who filled this survey out? Like what departments, what employees were allowed to fill the survey out and what employees were not allowed to fill the survey out?
All departments except for the courts.
Okay. And so the final determination there from the judges was they decided not to have the court employees fill this out, blocking it?
Not for this instance. The door is open for their participation in the future ones. And from administration, we will keep advocating for their participation.
And what was their rationale for not participating?
We have.
You know what, Guillermo, you don't have to answer that question. You don't have to answer that question. And
Thank you. Thank you.
I think it needs to be talked about publicly though. I mean, and you don't have to answer, Guillermo, though, because I know the answer, and it's unfortunate. And it's beyond unfortunate, it's unacceptable that they haven't participated. They apparently feel that they're running a different organization than the county, even though we are the employer of those employees. And I am still of the belief, and I believe I mentioned this last time, that creating the type of relationship that we have with the courts currently was a big mistake back 10 years ago or more. And I think if the courts want to continue down the path of not having their employees engage in this type of conversation, this board needs to explore new alternatives to what our relationship is with the courts, including ending the lump sum budget agreement that we have with them. And I would encourage the chair and my colleagues to, I think for the August meeting, we should have a resolution that gives them notice that the lump sum budget agreement is done. And I think we should vote on that at our next meeting. And I think that ties to this employee engagement survey, because they clearly think that they're, again, running a separate organization. And I think our lump sum budget agreement allows them to think that. And so I think it's time for us to revisit that agreement.
I hear you. Anybody else? Commissioner Light and then Scott.
I would just like to agree with Commissioner Robbie that we do need to put the courts on notice, and that our employees over in the courts did not participate as they felt that they would not, as they would lose their employment. So basically they were threatened to not take the survey, and it's just, we can't allow for our employees to be held under scare tactics and not be able to participate in surveys or anything else that our organization, that our employees are entitled to participate with. And so the courts, you know, we do need a resolution, and they have to be put on notice. They don't appreciate any funding that we have. As I've been told, we don't give them a lot anyway, and so they would miss it. So since they won't miss it, let's give them the opportunity to miss it. I'm all for having those conversations again with the courts, and we can do that publicly as they like to do. And so we can match the energy, which is energy funding, and that could be zero. But we cannot continue to allow our employees to be mistreated and mollywopped all over the ground.
Understood.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair.
After it's fine.
Please don't. I'm asking you guys.
Thank you, Chair. I have, Guillermo and HR team, thank you so much for doing this work. This has been a long time coming. This is a resolution that I put to this board in, May or October of 2021, who knows the month, but it was 2021. And I've said this before, Guillermo, when you came in, I said, this is a serious priority for me. I've been wanting to get this done since we passed the resolution then. Of course, we were dealing with other things like a massive pandemic, so some grace is allowed here. But I am very thankful that you've gotten it done. I would like to echo what Commissioner Robbie said. I think all of you did a very fair job in presenting those results to us. I was hoping for something a little bit better than we got, but I have said to everybody, including the courts, when I've had that conversation with them, this is a starting point, and like, you have to start from someplace, and it is better that we have this information than not have it, because it gives us someplace to go. I would agree with Commissioners Maciejewski and Beeman and Robbie that we have to involve the people who are like on the ground doing the work and creating the plan. I mean, Administrator Dill always says how I say this, if you have people help you build it, they're invested in it. And so just by virtue of helping create the plan, there's going to be more engagement. So I think that that's important. I want to clarify that the courts weren't told they couldn't participate. They just didn't get the links to participate this year. I am hopeful that with Administrator Dill and HR and work that I have been doing as well, that will change after this year. And we will understand soon our relationship with the courts in a more clarified way going forward. But I don't want the discussion about the courts as a whole other conversation. I don't want that to overshadow actually the work that you did on this employee engagement survey and how helpful I think it is that we have this information. So thank you very much. I just want to applaud your work and not take that away from you, and applaud the continued work that you will do to try to make things better for people here at Washtenaw County. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner LeBar.
I thought what Commissioner Scott said, both the tone and substance was well said and sufficient to prevent me from adding a whole lot more. Thanks.
Nice. Anybody that hasn't spoken yet want to speak? Commissioner Robbie.
Yeah, one other thing I wanted to ask is, do we have this data sort of disaggregated by department?
Yes, yes, Commissioner. I didn't present it tonight because I am still to present these results to the department heads.
Okay.
I thought that the appropriate thing to do, it was to present it first to them and then to give you a summary.
Will we receive that summary at a board meeting, at a presentation like this, or how do you plan to present that?
I plan to send it to you via email.
Could we get it presented to us, or?
Yeah, Chair. Guillermo and I talked about this at length over the last few days, and candidly, we wanted to send the information to you all. If you want to have a public conversation about it, that's a decision for the board. We'll be happy to present the information.
I would love to see. I mean, I understand the desire to wait and give it to the department heads first, but I do think at some point it'd be good to have it presented to us. So thank you.
Yeah. We will finish presenting these results to the department heads by the second week of August. Yes, we will finish the presentation and working on the action plans.
Commissioner Beaman.
Apologies, I have one tiny question, and it's because I'm obsessed with data. So if you can just entertain me for 1 second. In some of those slides that you shared with us, there were categories, and one of the categories was how many years they had been employed.
Yes.
Were those the exact answers? Meaning I picked a bucket that was 6 to 9 or 10 to, so we have the exact year?
We do. However, the report, it only comes with ranges.
Okay.
And that is to keep the confidentiality of the responses.
Okay. I just ask because in my mind, I do math and all the time. And if there were a way, because that 6 to 9 column was concerning to me because it was bright red in the one area. In all categories. And so in my mind, I think, okay, pandemic 4 years, if they were employed only 2 years prior, that would put them in that 6 bucket. Like, is there a subgroup of that group that has a different need because of the situations that they faced? So that's what's going on in my mind. If we can't break it down to that, I completely understand, but just a thought that I had, if maybe that was weighted one way or the other.
Yes, Commissioner, and not only in tenure, we can do it with all the breakdowns. We can go down up to the level where we can get 5 or more responses. If we have less than 5 responses of a breakdown, it won't show any data And again, just to keep the employees' confidentiality. Not even us, we won't have access to this data. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, well, we will look forward to the next presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done, my friends. Okay, you got anything else?
That concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay. All right, report from me was, I'll just keep it brief, was at Top of the Park, to be with, WISD to advertise, my future fund. It was a good time. Took the gavel, some nice pictures of kids banging the gavel. Some of them really enjoyed it. Some parents enjoyed it. I let them bang the gavel too. Great. All right, items for current and future discussion, anything? Commissioner Scott.
I just want to note that we are ending the meeting right at the time for once that my phone has told me.
It's not
to go
quite
to
over
bed.
yet.
What?
There's a pending item. We're not quite there yet. But wishful
Right.
thinking, let's see how it goes.
Well, my phone has told us it's time to go to bed, but anyway.
Commissioner Somerville. Not quite. I'm on item for future discussion. You got one? Nope. Okay, now I will move on to pending items. The pending item was the travel policy. Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah, I've expressed to the chair that I would like to see something different in an updated travel policy. And so I would like to entertain the idea of starting over.
So there are a couple of ways we could do
yeah.
that. And one way would be if the people that moved it last time withdraw that, or it could be, there could be a motion to postpone it indefinitely. Are you wanting to do either of those? I'm calling you after I call her when she's finished.
I mean, I would like to start fresh.
Okay, that's a comment.
So, yeah, I'll let other people comment.
Commissioner Robbie.
I mean, I guess I would like to understand what is it that you want to see in a fresh, like what is it that you don't like about this and what do you want to see? Because I have changes too. I agree. I would love to get a refresh on this. And I would love for administration to look at the changes that I've offered maybe and part of that, but I just didn't know if you had any other changes that you were looking at.
Yeah, my interest lies around specifically like tightening up how much employees travel and what the actual overall budget is. And so I don't have that all fleshed out. But I think it's worth bringing this back in a different way with more detail.
Did you have a follow-up?
I'm willing to support that. I'm trying to think logistically what the best way to do that is. And, but I do think that if we do kill this or postpone this indefinitely tonight, I would like to know what the path forward looks like. What's the meeting that we're going to bring it back at and who's going to be part of crafting what's presented to the board?
Administrator, do you want to respond to that? And then you got a thing.
If we're starting fresh, I would propose that we bring it back to that first meeting in September. That would give us an opportunity to pull together a team inclusive of, candidly at this point, administration and the board, so that we can craft something that hopefully that you all can be supportive of. We can present it in August and hopefully move it through final read in September.
I think as long as we have something to vote on in August, I'm okay with that. If final reading is in September, that's fine. Lay this down it, bring it up in August for first reading and discussion, final reading in September. I'm comfortable with that, as long as we know who's going to be working on it.
Okay, Commissioner Somerville, do you want to complete your idea and then I'll go to Commissioner LaBarre.
Yeah, no, I think September's great.
Okay, Commissioner LaBarre.
Thanks, Chair. Corporation Council, procedurally, how can I help expedite this tonight? Because I can't remember who made
You
motions
did.
at the last meeting.
It was
Commissioner
Commissioner.
Where Commissioner Scott. Hold on, I had it pulled up.
I think
I
it
was ready for
I think it
this.
was LaBarre moved and Scott seconded. So if the two of you would be
Yes.
so inclined as
Commissioner
to.
LaBarre moved it and Commissioner Scott seconded.
I'm happy to accommodate. I can't speak for my colleague Katie Scott, but I'm happy to.
Just as you acknowledged me speaking for eloquently for what you wanted to say, I do the same now.
Thank you.
So
Is-
are
is
you
it-
withdrawing it?
Yes, yes, sorry, I
Okay.
was just being a jerk.
Yep.
You couldn't decipher Scott Lavar speak?
I mean, I got it, but like, Ashlyn is new and you gotta get it in the notes. So that is, they are withdrawing the motion.
Point of information, what motion are they withdrawing?
They moved at the last meeting, the two of them were the ones that moved the policy, the travel policy amendments. And then it ended up in pending items because we tabled it or adjourned it to a time certain.
Are we sure that's right? Like you can do that? And now
As-
that we've already postponed, to a time certain,
It's technically still a live motion.
right?
So as we've done historically, the maker of the motion and the seconder, if they agree, can withdraw the motion. We're just doing it delayed.
At a separate meeting, we've done that before.
That I don't know.
That seems wrong to me, but I mean, if it's what makes things simpler, I think it's the will of the body at this point, and it's just a mechanical thing, but
There is also the option to vote to postpone it indefinitely, which would kill the motion.
You say it's fine though.
Because it's the will of the body, I do think it's okay. But as the chair, it's up to you how you'd like to proceed.
I think it's fine. I'm good with it. Unless anybody feels so strongly against it, then we could do you feel Commissioner Robbie, you feel really strongly about it, you can go ahead and, oh, that's fine. All right, well, they already did it, so it's done. There are no other pending items. I would look for a motion to adjourn. All right, all in favor? All right, we are adjourned before 11 o'clock.